let me know that you've shot the like button. So here we are in the next episode, 26 Seconds to Midnight. And I will ask for a log from Admiral Ulysses Haggard.
Boo!
Admiral's Log. Stardate 55631.4. The Argo has departed Outpost Sierra Alpha in the Safe Sector and is en route to the Shoshu system and Deep Space Arikania as part of my inspection tour of the Tallgrass Sector. From what I've been able to learn so far, both officially and otherwise, Tallgrass is relatively stable, and the sentients within its boundaries are, by and large, happy with Starfleet and the Federation's presence in the region, largely due to the performance of Tiger Squadron as our vanguard and primary representatives. Fleet Captain Grinnan and his people haven't had it easy, and the region has endured more than its fair share of tragedies in the past year. With the fall of the Shigo concern, the most troublesome polity in the region currently seems to be the Quaqua Principality. Fleet Captain Grinnan has apparently earned the ire of the Quaqua Steel Prince, but also the respect of the Quaqua for his handling of the Luluri incident. Grinnan has repeatedly been under tremendous stress in the past year, and is the type to take things to heart and dwell on them. A good quality in a commander, but a self-destructive one if taken to extremes. Thus, part of my inspection will be an assessment of the general well-being of Grinnan and his officers, although from her reports, I think Dr. Efrix has done outstanding work in that regard. Honestly, I expect to find Tiger Squadron and its officers in excellent shape. Of course, the real reason for my surprise inspection is the Midnight Watch Symposium on psionics. Leave it to Wolfgang to build a powerful, semi-secret organization of psionics whose membership is composed of a variety of species from both within and without the Federation, and then use that organization to host symposiums. Besides members of the Watch, guests from throughout the Alpha and Beta quadrants have been invited to attend, including a few that started red flags waving at Starfleet intelligence. The Watch has made intelligence nervous ever since it broke with the Federation fleet after Leighton's coup attempt in 2372, and made Section 31 downright paranoid, as evidenced by their assault on DSE during my last visit to this region. Just when things had seemed to calm down and relations between the Watch and at least the local representatives of Starfleet had improved, Watch personnel and ships infiltrated DSE and several planets in the Shoshu system. The Watch stood down when confronted by Captain Pind, and Wolfgang played the whole thing off as a big misunderstanding, apologizing and promising never to do it again. That's complete nonsense, of course. Wolfgang doesn't make those kinds of mistakes. I would guess that the entire exercise was some sort of test of Pind and or Tiger Squadron on Wolfgang's part, though to what end, only he knows. In the wake of that and the announcement of this psionics conference, Starfleet wants me to assess the situation with Wolfgang and the Watch. Command has also seen fit to give me, quote, full investigatory powers for this mission. A phrase vague enough to be open to wide interpretation on my part and plausible deniability on theirs. More than enough rope to hang myself, in other words, just like the old days. Still, I have to admit that I'm really looking forward to seeing Wolfgang again. The last time we were face to face was at the house in Saratoga Springs just after the Leighton's idiocy, and Wolfgang wasn't exactly in a mellow mood. Here's hoping this meeting will be better. End log.
And we cut to the Shoshu system. Once I get this.
I mean, can we get this guy to do our logs instead of Grinnan every week?
The USS Argo begins its approach to the Shoshu system, where Admiral Haggard, you get informed by your sensor operator that there is a cluster of fighters, along with a Klingon defense fighter, approaching your position on an intercept course.
Have they raised shields or weapons?
Shields up, no weapons. They're just at yellow alert.
Change our status to match theirs, and open hailing frequencies.
On screen, you see a Chigoan face, an insectoid being sitting inside a cockpit, and you can kind of see just over his shoulders, looks like someone's behind him in a co-pilot seat. But you can see the trappings around him look very Klingon in architecture, but there's a paint job change and a more brighter blues and purples.
Says Admiral Ulysses Haggard of the USS Argo to approaching fighter force. I'm on a mission of inspection to DSE. You are on an intercept course. Please state your intentions.
I am Elk Sasaka. I am the assigned mercenary security force for this region of space. I was uninformed of your arrival, Admiral. Please stand by while we verify your bona fides. The insectoid head kind of glances up behind him like he's expecting someone else to do it, to look it up.
You want us to Len to do it?
Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't be much of a surprise inspection on my part if I'd let you know I was coming.
I'm going to assume Starfleet protocols.
Yep. Your sense operator tells you that most of the fighters in the group are are classified as free security fighters. They're fighters that come from one sector over, the Peugeot sector. But the fighter that the lead fighter is a Klingon scale 2 fighter. It's been repurposed a bit, but it's higher tech than basically all the other fighters. Ship was no help. Gaining momentum.
You probably hear a distinctly Vulcan voice replying to the pilot.
So, is he supposed to be here?
Yes. His approach and permissions are appropriate.
Well, Admiral, we're currently still on patrol around the Shoshku sector. Do you require escort?
Negative, but you have my thanks for the offer. We'll be heading into DSE directly.
Very good. Seska Squadron out. As he cuts the line, you notice the various ships lower their shields and break away from you as they continue on a patrol route, a very wide arc around the Shoshku sector. The Shoshku system.
Stand down from yellow alert. Continue your approach to the station. Hail when within range.
Oopsie, that wasn't what I wanted. As the Argo enters into the Shoshku system, you see a rather crowded system with various freighters moving in and out. DSE is plumb full of starships of Andorian, Vulcan, and Bajoran make, and one ship that you are familiar with, the SS Bondo, Wolfgang's personal civil craft. Of course, the Plank and the Kismet docked up, so it is very busy port. And on top of everything else, a new ship warps into the system. If I can highlight it.
Somebody's getting served papers.
Yep.
That's exactly what's happening.
It is.
A large carrier, or you've been briefed as one of the Quaqua fighter carriers, warps into the system. It kind of just floats somewhat into high orbit of Shoshku 1 and just kind of stays in standby, as it seems to have realized the same thing you have, that there's nowhere to park at the moment. So it's just kind of, let's just kind of stay here until the station tells us what they want us to do. Shields down, weapons down. A couple of fighters come out of the port to kind of fly around the carrier in a protective bubble, but a minor thing. Eventually, you are able to hail the station command. Oh, God. Hello, yes, this is Lieutenant Commander Wright of Deep Space Arcania. How can I help you? Admiral, hello. She, as he was looking down at something and looked up and was like she was, it's just another call, and she was just reading off. She was getting ready to read off something, looked up and saw the uniform and stood a little straighter. Steps out of her chair. Sir?
Lieutenant Commander Wright, good to see you again. I've come on an inspection tour at the orders of Starfleet Command. Looks like you've got quite a few balls in the air. Don't want to be any trouble. If we can't dock directly with the station, I'd request an orbit within transporter range.
Certainly, sir. I could move one of our guest ships, and if you wish to dock for repairs and power up, we can arrange for that. I think we can, right? She says to someone, and she tries to do a roll to try to find a space for the Admiral.
Also, the Maxwell Planck is probably like preparing to depart currently, so
Yeah.
Oh, well, that reduces the difficulty down to 1. Maybe she'll realize that all on her own. Oh, God.
Haggard shows up. Everyone else on the station's like, we're leaving. Oh no, Grennan might be leaving. You're leaving just me and Haggard on the station?
Wasn't that what happened last time?
No.
She has a total of 11 for this role with no focus. Difficulty 1. Ship station's assisting her, though. Do you want her to roll flat or use up some momentum or threat?
I think she could spend a momentum.
Yeah, she can have it.
She got it
Hey.
back.
Hey.
Plus Thesis Arcania, computers, command. Aha, she got you 2.
Huh.
Oh, luck would have it, sir. It looks like the Planck is preparing to disembark. Coordinate with Maxwell Planck, and we can slot you in right as they slot out. If you're all right with that, sir.
Oh, sorry, I'm all muted. Understood. Arcania will comply. Look forward to seeing you soon, Lieutenant Commander.
Aye, sir. Arcania
Haggard out.
Immediately after that call, is the fleet captain busy? Yes, right. Of course he is. Why wouldn't he be available for this time? Who's here then? Commander Myth's still here, of course, and thank you. I realize that. And Lieutenant Commander Vargar hasn't left. Oh, thank you. Please get both of them on the line quickly. And both of you are hailed from Station Ops.
This is Lieutenant Commander Barter. Go ahead.
Commander Myth.
Admiral Haggard's here with the Argo, and he's coming in for docking. Apparently, we're up for a surprise inspection. So, yeah, thought I'd inform the both of you since Fleet Captain Grennan is occupied.
Oh, yeah, he's about to be
Very
very
well.
occupied.
I will arrange to meet the Admiral when he docks.
Actually, Commander, I was hoping that your ship could complete its disembarkment, so we could free up a slot for the Argo to dock in.
Very well.
But yes, I would love for you to please be there at the dock. That would be much appreciated. You as well, Lieutenant Commander, if I can pull you away.
Yeah, I can do that. Briefly. Hopefully briefly. We'll find out.
Yeah. Service uniforms? Forget what we did last time.
This is a surprise inspection. I doubt he inspects full dress. So, service uniform should be fine.
Aye, sir. I'll meet you at the Planck dock.
Very well.
I'll be there shortly. I need to fight a Klingon to get out there.
Some of the Klingons mutter when they overhear the name Admiral Haggard because some of them might have heard of the name, though all of them way too young to have actually interacted with the guy.
Nothing bad. It's not like the overly aggressive negative Klingon muttering. Is it?
You tell me, Haggard. Is it? You were on the Argo for a bit longer than I was. I don't know if you tweaked the Klingons' noses since I left.
No, that would be the Cardassians. I was one of the first people to make contact with them, and then later commanded a sector against them during the Federation Cardassian Wars. It's the Cardies.
So we'll get along. Well, if there's no problems, then there's no reason to delay leaving. So yeah.
So, you and Wright are going to be meeting up. Myth, what are you going to do before you step away from the plank? Or are you going to ram the Argo like you planned?
Yeah, that's the plan. No, I'm going to instruct the plank to finish preparations to depart, and then I'm going to head down to the docking tube and make my way over to DSE. I'll have yeah, go.
Yeah, Presence Command, Difficulty 1, assisted by Comms Command to make sure people don't move too slowly on this.
Mm-hmm. Start
yeah,
with
we can.
protocols.
Yep. It's one of those, do it, but do it with some haste, please.
It's like, there is an admiral here. It's no time for your superiority complex. Get on it.
Yeah. Yes, we have a better ship than the Argo, but please don't point that out to the Admiral.
Do you though?
Right.
There's a lot of upgrades in the Argo.
It's true. Axel Plank
The plank is definitely not a combat ship.
No.
comes out of dock. Presumably the Argo moves in to take up the slot. And then we cut to a certain corridor.
The final corridor you shall ever see.
Oh no.
There's been many combats in this corridor.
And corridors like it.
Cosmodiphius only gave us one tile.
That's why it's called Death Alley.
Oh man, that should be the unofficial name of this darn tile.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
So, everyone's way too big. So let's fix that. Whoop.
It's an Orion station, but they're only about 4 foot tall on average. We are all giants in here.
No, that's if you take over like a Tellarite station.
Wow.
You say wow, but you don't deny it.
Of course I don't.
Is Haggard disembarking with just himself, or does he have a detail with him?
I'm sure he has an aide, but that would be about it. And Haggard's in, standard duty uniform as well. Lieutenant Commander Wright, permission to come aboard.
Permission granted, Admiral. Welcome to Deep Space Arcania.
Good to see you again. You too, Commander Bith, Commander Varder. I'd say I don't want to be any trouble, but that would obviously be a lie.
With such convenient timing, of course.
I'm assuming all the traffic is to do with the upcoming symposium?
The majority of it, yes.
Some of it is from an increased trade that's been pushed through in the Tallgrass region.
Yes.
On ship somewhere.
Yeah, they're probably cloaked out there somewhere. I've managed to keep them out of traffic lanes so they don't get in my way.
Klingons always an interesting spice to the mix. Yeah. Tiger Squadron's done a good job opening up this kind of trade. Between your forces and the Svalin, the Silk Route's become quite a busy corridor.
Indeed.
Well, I was going to ask for office space on board, but I suppose I'd best just stay on the Argo for that now that we're docked.
I'll admit, sir, that was entirely why I wanted you to dock. Space is getting increasingly at a premium aboard ship, but of course, if you order it, I will find room if needed.
I would say you could use my office, but at the moment it does have a lot of Klingons in it.
Haggard looks curiously at Varder.
A joint investigation, sir, between Klingon intelligence and myself.
You might not find the facilities completely to your needs, but wow. My offices aboard station are available as I will be departing shortly.
Thank you, Commander, but I think I can operate from the Argo just as well. Lieutenant Commander Varder, when you are free, I would like to meet with you. In the meantime, Lieutenant Commander Wright, if you want to give me the Nickel tour and take me up to Ops. Oh, and I also have a cargo hold full of coffee and stasis for the conference. A gift to Wolfgang von Wartburg. What's he calling himself these days?
He's addressing himself by that. He's being rather open at the moment.
And the Midnight Captain, I believe?
Well, that would be for you to ask him yourself. I don't believe I'm in the position to say what his plans are regarding that.
Fair enough. All right. You've all got things to do. Be about them.
Sleep.
As Varder looks half asleep on his feet as he's trying to stay at attention.
Bloodshot eyes.
Unshaven face. Wait, that's normal.
That is normal. It's trimmed. It doesn't
I'll try
look
to stay.
messy.
I'll try to stay out of all of your hair for as much as possible. And if there's any way I can help while I'm here, let me know.
Oh, please, Admiral, I would much appreciate any help you can give us. We have, well, to put it lightly, sir, we have a Earth Space Dock level conference for a station that is no bigger than Deep Space Nine was, so at its best.
Still being remodeled.
Sir?
And still being remodeled.
Yes, so I'm trying desperately to sort out space, and hopefully with the Maxwell Planck coming back, and maybe if the Argo could stay around for the conference, we could have more conference space, because at this point I am trying to find conference space on ships rather than all of them here on the station, since we can at best support 2,000 people at a time without it dangerously outnumbering the Starfleet staff.
Fair enough. I think the Argo can easily stay through the conference. And when it comes to logistics, I have some experience, at least. Happy to help, as will be officers and crew of the Argo.
Thank you, sir. Also, we do have a communique with Captain Pend. He should be coming back. He's supposed to be arriving at Earth within the next 2 cycles, with prospects to retrieve the Achilles.
Do I know what class the Achilles is?
Roll for me. Insight Con difficulty 1.
He isn't exactly the right place to know what that is.
Do not think I have a focus that will apply. Just roll it flat.
Nope.
I mean, it does help the fact that he's so old he probably took part alongside Achilles.
Oh,
Do
No,
what
that
it's
was
supposed
my
to do.
that was my older brother Odysseus, Haggard.
Yes, in the ships under Tiger Squadron, there's a new ship there, the USS Achilles. It is the NX 22376 Achilles class, a prototype new heavy cruiser vessel that was drafted by Captain Pend and various other Commander Myth, and I don't know who else worked on this. I think,
hi.
I think we all did.
and
Yeah.
yeah. So basically, it has all these other drafted by basically the entirety of senior staff of Tiger Squadron, and then the various engineers at Fleet Utopia Planitia, and signed off by Counselor so and so and so and so. Because you guys spent glory to speed it up, like you think about it, you've heard of this big project that was all the hubbub and rave at Utopia Planitia, but that's why it's difficulty one, because you're an admiral. It's something that's crossed your desk, but then again, a lot of ship designs cross your desk.
Fair.
The
The
War
Achilles.
Canoe point two.
Hey.
That's an impressive addition and quite an augmentation. Of course, I understand all of you had something to do with its design.
Indeed.
Captain Pend wanted all of our input on a vessel that'd be useful in our present situation and beyond.
Unfortunately, Command requested that we transfer the Peltist back into circulation, given that, well, Fleet Captain Grennan is only authorized to a certain fleet strength. And I think we've hit our cap, as it were, at the moment before he has to be considered for bars at his neck.
Well, that'll be that's one of the things I'm here to look into. If you've got the strength you need to do what you need to do here.
Of course, I
Alright.
will.
Oh, we're managing.
And is Wolfgang on station?
Yes, sir. He's in the. Oh, go ahead, sir.
I was going to say, yeah, he's in his corner.
Is
Actually, the
corner?
Midnight Watch Arcania corner.
I'm sorry, Commander. What's a
That's-
corner?
The name he's using for his embassy, I guess you could call it. He's
Interesting.
calling it a corner. There was a reason for it. I can't recall it at this moment.
Are you quite all right, Commander? You're looking a little, forgive me for saying so, a little weary.
I've been busy with trying to get the Klingons off the station before everything starts. Having them run around while the scientific talks going on does not seem like the best idea. Especially not while they're trying to hunt for traitors.
I look forward to our conversation.
Of course, sir.
All right. Sounds like you've all are in the middle of 6 different things. Commander Wright, shall we head to ops?
Aye, sir. This way, sir. And she steps into one of the turbolifts.
Gentlemen, Commander Varder, whenever you get a spare half hour, let me know.
I will, sir. And I'm assuming you're going to run off to a transporter pad, Myth.
Indeed.
I'll see you hopefully in a reasonable time when I wake up. This is one of those moments when I wish I did not need to sleep.
That can be arranged.
That's not reassuring. Also, I'm not sure if that was you trying to make a joke or if you're being dead serious.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave now.
So. New scene as people begin. As Myth is beamed over to the plank. Wright and Haggard go up to ops. The Lariro moves closer to Kismet, and Fleet Captain Grennan beams over.
Does he, though?
He's running. He's fleeing Admiral Haggard.
What species ship is that? A Quaqua?
Yes, it is.
Yes, sir. That's a Lagdam class carrier from the Quaqua Principality. That's actually our allied ship with Star Captain Koshi.
Allied ship?
We have a trade and alliance with the captain of Star Captain Koshi. We've been the Fleet Captain Grennan's been trying to use that as a lever to push us into some sort of a trade relation with the wider principality. It's been hit or miss in its yield, but so far Star Captain Koshi seems to like us well enough and has been a staunch advocate of the Federation on our behalf, if a bit eccentric by our standards.
But as I understand it, their Steel Prince is not quite as impressed.
I've heard something similar to that, sir. But it's thankfully hasn't been an issue for Deep Space Arcania. She says as she leads you onto the operations, being obviously evasive, trying not to throw Young uphill. It's like, he's too many ranks above me for me to talk bad about him.
I look forward to discussing it with Fleet Captain Gritton.
And so we have to enter in a new name into our lists of actions there, Captain Pend.
Yep, doing it now.
I put him at 10 of 36.
I remembered what the other extended task I had to do was. Roth reminded me by his existence.
Yes.
Why? I've also got a speech that I'm supposed to be making later.
Just improv your speech.
At this point, might be doing that. It's me talking about my bones anyway, so.
Mm-hmm.
Boop, and I'll repin it. All right, so there is much aboard and much to do. Myth, at least 2 days so far have already been spoken for because you used them to talk with Liar there.
Mm-hmm.
So we look to Haggard, Varder, or Pend as to what you wish to do. Actually, you probably overheard it during the listening in the video, but to remind you, each task roll basically eats up 2 intervals, unless you want to stay up all night, which point you get to do the Varder train of desperately trying to stay awake.
Comp 5 diff 5, I did it.
Yes, what do any of you wish to do?
I'll go. So we've done the bringing in new recruits. I'd like to try and sort out the paperwork for all of the promotions and transfers within Tiger Squadron.
Anyone in particular, or you're just checking the board to see if anyone's due for a promotion?
I'm just doing the entire lot because I know we talked about it like via the players, such as like transferring people to different places, such as DSC and to the Kismet and giving one or two of them slight promotions.
It's more getting the paperwork for that done.
Yeah, pretty much. That's all I'm doing for most of the journey, just paperwork.
Housekeeping.
Yeah. Take a threat.
Sure.
All right. Can somebody give me the quick rundown of the 10/36 things and this long list
Intervals.
of intervals up
That
top?
is 36 intervals that we have.
And the
Until the conference starts.
yeah, and the 10 and the 12 for Myth is how many intervals we've had.
You start at 10 because you showed up at 10.
Right.
So
Right. And the long lists above
that
with 1, 2, 3, 4.
those are what people have done during those intervals.
Okay, cool.
So up until
up to
now,
speed
what
now.
we've had. Yep.
Bugaloos, computers,
And the Wright would have informed you as what's happened, would have briefed you so far on what's happened, so the admiral's in the loop as to what's been accomplished so far.
we're gaining
Yeah.
momentum.
And the admiral is of the appropriate rank to just look at any of our reports and be like, I can read this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you see now in Discord, Haggard, I've changed pen from 10 to 12 because I've just done this task.
Roger, roger.
So now we look to either you or Varder for the next 2 days. Of
Well-
what you wish to try to accomplish or help before the conference begins.
Sounds like Wright could use some logistics assistance, so I will help with that. I do have advisor, so if I'm using my command to assist her in her role, she can re-roll one, or I can take a lead, whichever.
To arrange for the logistics of like the plan that she just suggested earlier. To control command, difficulty 2, assisted by Arcania's brain. Computers plus command. Her total with control command is 10 with no focus.
All right, I better take the lead on that. So, okay. Don't have logistics as a focus. Negotiation and persuasion for getting people to go where they need to go and agreeing to, open up this area and making this available for the conference and the caterers to be reasonable.
Sure, I'll take that.
Okay. And take a threat for bold command.
Sure. You will do this or else. No.
I'll re-roll the comp. That's why you always spin the threat for bold.
And who's got DSE?
Oh, I've got it open. What's it rolling
got
again?
A computer's command.
command. Haha. There's command, and we'll hit you.
Big money.
So lots of floating momentum there. At least 3 floating momentum off that roll.
All right. Let me spend 2 of those to, since I've flashed my bars around enough and barked at some people who needed to be barked at to reduce the difficulty of the next related task for all of the logistics and conference spaces and housing that we're trying to arrange.
Sure, I'll take that. Is there any obtaining of information you wish to try to attempt with that last bit of momentum? Or another advantage for that plus 1 from the pool?
Yeah, I've got a list of the people coming and going that Starfleet Intelligence is concerned about.
Mhm.
Any of them showed up yet that we know of? Also, I'm just interested when Jessica Celerity shows up.
Yeah, for that one, I'll answer that.
Or as we called her, She-Wolf.
Yeah.
Solari hasn't arrived yet. But of that list of people, four. Actually, of the people that were tagged, because that's more important than everybody. Because I imagine you're not doing the whole list of the luminaries, just the people that were highlighted.
Right, the
Two,
you know, people like Adler and the war criminals and
Yeah. There are a couple of those.
so that's 4 possible people. Pretty much everybody. Not this guy, but this person. So 3 people. When you look over the list as you're doing the logistics, you notice that 3 names already have quarters aboard the station, and they're being housed here because they're part of their speakers. So they got here as early as they could, and then they're brought into the security net and guarded, as there seems to be a lot of security protocols in place to protect the speakers, given their well, just actually everybody of the Midnight Watch and their guests because of the increased security risk. The Romulan has not arrived yet. I can tell you that Irene Adler is here and Wolfgang von Wartburg is here.
what is VVIP?
Very, very important person.
Okay.
That person is a priestess and a Kolinar examiner for of Vulcan.
So very
It's
Vulcan important person.
It's debatable if we
Basically a
should
super
protect
Vulcan.
her or you first. Oh boy.
All right, Varder.
Yep. So I should finish this investigation and sleep.
Yeah, how about just go to sleep for this 2-day
Just spend-
period?
Is it a 2-day or is it a 1-day period? Isn't it?
Sleep.
Isn't it a 1-day period? It's just 2 intervals.
Well, each interval's a day.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So what do I need to spend that both sleeping?
You can spend one interval just sleeping. Like you're just resting that whole day. And that'll be enough to reset your clock.
What, and spend 1 momentum for a single?
Yeah. Do we need to spend 1 movement for a single on that one?
You can spend. You could do your next task at 1 interval if you spend 1. Basically, you didn't just sleep a little bit. You're like, no. After that, after seeing the admiral in the morning, you went to your room and you just stayed there. Maybe you got up to shower and shave a bit. Oh, shower and
Drink.
relax a bit more, and then like, okay, back to sleep I go. I'm very tired.
Okay, fair enough.
That way, by the second day, you're like, okay, I can. It's 2 in the
Mhm.
morning. Don't care. Off we go.
Okay, and it was inside security for that.
For
Unless
that
you're making me roll to
roll.
sleep.
No. I was gonna punish you if you tried to stay awake. Inside security, yep.
Okay, and it's a diff 1 now because I've done so much work on it.
Funny you should say that.
Yeah, you're making it harder.
2, 3.
I can't
I'll
even
put up to
find the
div 3.
extended task. There it is. Oh. Alright. Well, I'm not at comp 5, so I'm at comp 2, though, because the Klingons are here. Right. Have a threat,
Okay.
and yeah. Oh, actually, and 2 momentum, because I would rather not flub this one here. Oh, hey, look at that. Okay, never mind.
So roll 7.
Yeah, apparently. How much momentum is that?
We've got a float.
We've got a float?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think I'm needing to use that for 4 rerolls. Yeah. There we go.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7?
Yeah,
Oh, minus 2. So
I think I had the security team boys bringing down resistance, if I recall.
So 6. No. 7 minus. Yeah, 6. I'm right. Still enough for a breakthrough.
Mm-hmm.
It's reduced to 0 so far. In the 5th breakthrough, you learn that the worry of the majority of people that they're looking for are not officers. Many of the warriors and officers that did turn traitor were lost on during the raid on that station. So for the most part, the people they're looking for are the laborers, the civilians, the farmers, and so on.
Okay. So
Oh,
the
that's what-
least threatening people.
Yeah, but they're all on the traitor list, so they're all marked for death.
The Klingon ways.
You've not missed
And, yeah.
anything, but if you don't make a roll to stay at the station, you're about to be taken.
And yeah, there's probably time in that to be like, okay, yeah, I've got half an hour for Haggard. Assuming Haggard has half an hour. You
Sure,
assume
sure.
nothing with an admiral. You also never assume they're not out there to screw you in some way. That tends to be a Star Trek trope.
Well, I'm not in the good way.
That hurts.
Am I wrong?
Just for that, I'm going to have to take over the station.
Cutting to Grennan's action on the 10th day.
Very good.
Get myself a drink and be right back.
There she is.
Okay.
The Star Captain Koshi had jumped into the system and invited you over to her ship with utmost urgency, as at the same time while you were hearing that Admiral Haggard was coming in for a surprise inspection of the station.
Oh, great. I have to make a choice, don't I?
No, just put on some big boy pants.
I will inform Star Captain Koshi that I will be with her post haste. I, however, have to answer a message from one of my direct superiors in my fleet's admiralty.
Fleet Captain Grennan,
Yes.
I have very specific orders that if I do not read these summons to you post haste, that I am to enact with valor and martial prowess the words of the Steel Prince. So I would rather you came here.
Understood. I will be right there. And,
And with great oh, go ahead.
I'm on the Kismet right now, correct? Or am I on
Ye-
DSC?
You probably would have been on the Kismet doing some paperwork before the surprise
Okay.
inspection rolled in.
Okay. In which case, Grennan is when Grennan heads out onto the bridge, he's going to tell whoever has the con, if the admiral calls asking for me, or the station calls asking for me, inform them that I am on the HMS Larira, performing diplomatic duties.
Aye, sir, one of them said at the time. Before you beamed over to the Larira and were quickly ushered to the dining hall. Although instead of the table being filled with wine and food and so forth, she's just standing there waiting for you to arrive.
Hold on a sec. Gotta reload the roll 20 as a player.
Ah.
Because I was wondering why my scene wasn't changing. It was because I was still technically a GM. Anywho, okay, yes, sorry.
It's okay. I will never forgive you. So, do you wear your pistol when you meet her?
I suppose I should, because I don't know if I'm going to be permitted to go back to my ship.
I'm gonna have to shoot my way out.
You
Star
see,
Captain?
Fleet Captain.
This sounds urgent.
She holds out a scroll to you, wrapped in a sky blue ribbon with a white wax seal.
I see. Grennan takes the piece of paper. He does not open it just yet.
I bring to you word from the Steel Prince of the Quaqua Principality.
Oh?
Written there is your summons to attend your judgment
Judgment?
for acts unbecoming of a gentleman at court, for fleeing a initial summons, and to answer the call to duty. As a member of the Star Navy, I am to inform you of this and to enact your transport to that location with all possible speed.
I see.
Big boy pants.
Big boy pants. Shush you. And I assume this is to face effectively a military tribunal by the Steel Prince.
No, if it was, it'd be far more lenient. It would just simply shoot you here and be done with it. No, you're to be judged by your noble peers and betters.
I see. And
Or-
if as a noble I am found, he mulls the word over in his head, wanting.
Then you will be found wanting before the Steel Prince of Grace, defender of the stars, he whom guides the fates of all. You will be seen as an enemy of His Majesty, and therefore an enemy of the Principality. You will, of course, be permitted to defend your honor or to accept honorable execution.
Fantastic. Do I have any time to I assume I have no time to deliberate with my superiors about the matter then.
She kind of steps back from you for a second and turns around.
be aware, Star Captain Koshi, that forcefully taking a I forget. Am I technically a flag officer?
Just shy.
Just shy. Okay.
Federation officer would work.
Yeah.
Yeah. but
Okay.
yeah.
Right. No. It's. I was deciding whether or not I was going to use the word flag officer or just officer. The the taking of a Federation officer could be seen as a hostile action.
And as I understand it, and I hate to remind you, Grennan, she turns around, that Starfleet officers are beholden to the laws of the peoples they wish to have friendly relations with. Unfortunately, on my part, when I gave you that pistol, I thought to give you shield before my fellow officers and a progress toward peaceable relations between your Federation and my prince. Unfortunately, the prince has far more nimbleness and wise advisors. I've underestimated his knowledge of your laws and ours.
Indeed. Well, I suppose I do not have much of a choice then in the matter. Am I to assume that I must ask, am I permitted to reach out to council, so it were?
My orders do not forbid me from letting you access our communication system, but until I have clearance from the Admiralty, I'm not permitted to let you leave the ship.
I see. Well, I'd better inform the Admiral as to what's going on. That way he can hold the line.
Do you offer your pistol? She holds out her hand. Do you offer your pistol and surrender to the lawful decree by the Steel Prince?
Brennan will step aside, take the pistol off its holster, and just set it down on the table.
She picks up the.
Yeah, he does not hand it to her.
He picks up the. She picks up the pistol. She holds the. She holds it by the barrel, then holds the handle out to you. On your honor, fleet captain, do you intend to stay aboard my ship so long as I permit it and within the laws of naval tradition, with no attempt to harm myself or any of my crew?
I do.
You can have this back.
Thank you.
With me
Takes
to the
it.
bridge.
Very well.
I'd keep that holstered and in plain sight at all times.
Understood.
And she walks you out to the bridge.
Ooh, that's a busy map.
A lot's happening.
Mhm.
Right when you're getting into this mess, it's like, oh god, it's just gonna get worse.
So yeah, Grennan really has to pick his poison: the Quaqua or Admiral Haggard.
So you're walked onto the bridge of the Star Captain Koshi. You've been here before in a vision, but you know. She sits at the command chair at the back of the room. A lot of the other officers look at you, but they look at her to check for something. She just kind of nods, and they all nod back at her and go back to their stations. She then gestures to where your liaison officer is. That is
Oh, that's right. Whew, that's useful.
Anai.
So, yeah.
Yeah, she exists.
You may have access to the liaison station with Starfleet, fleet captain.
Very good. What's our estimated time of departure?
On my order,
I see. Can I have a vague estimate? Vague is fine.
Have Lieutenant Anai roll insight plus command difficulty 2, as Koshi is saying something in particular that the captain probably isn't catching because it's a Quaqua thing. But Anai's been on the ship for a while.
It's the I'm dropping a hint and you're not picking it up moment.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
I'll
Grennan.
roll that. One
Insight.
command? Insight? Alright. One momentum. Well, there's a reroll.
And
So,
so it begins.
Rerolling
So-
that. There
Oh
we
my
go.
god.
Clutch.
Yeah! Cautious
Clutch.
command.
Sorry, was that difficulty 1?
2.
2.
2.
Nice. And that was a 4. Like,
Yeah.
That's a reversal if I've ever seen one.
wow. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, so I think Grennan just needs Haggard to say you need to stay at the station, because Grennan is not going to do that himself. At all.
Mm-hmm.
But this is perfect with the fleet captain out of the way. It's so much easier for me to take over.
Always wanted a station command. The Argo could replace the Kismet. It works.
So, Lieutenant and I will lean over, whisper to Grennan. The Star Captain has said they will depart on her order.
I've got time then. Got it. Okay. In which case, Grennan is going to reach out to DSE Ops.
Well, I have a reason to go to the ops map now. Although, they're going to find Haggard rather busy all of a sudden. Because someone wanted to do work around here, apparently.
That's what all of my inspection tours at Aricania wind up. I come to inspect things, and then I wind up working one way or another.
Best way to inspect them is by seeing if they work.
As Haggard, as you're working with Wright and she's basically liaisoning with you, well, she's mainly, you're doing most of the work. She's just trying to get you the numbers and the correct subspace frequencies to talk to, because you know more about this than she does by miles. And she doesn't fight you for it, and the crew's happy to get any help. At which point, too early. Admiral, we have a hail from the Larira. It's the fleet captain.
On screen.
Admiral. Perfect. I don't have to spend time trying to get a message to you through subordinates.
Is the background around Grennan obviously like a non-Starfleet or non? Can I tell he's not on the Kismet?
Well, you
Yep,
knew the call was coming from the Larira.
Oh, fair. Yeah. Duh.
Yeah, you can see that he's not standing like at a view screen. He's like leaning over at a screen. Like he's not even given the privilege of like a proper screen. He's leaning down at a console, looking down
Okay.
at the screen. You can see motion behind him of a busy bridge.
I'd like to spend 2 momentum for the advantage that Starfleet Command officers are. There's a plain speech kind of code system, simple enough to go. Are you in trouble? Are you being coerced? Do you need assistance? Without,
Mhm.
just phrases.
For 2 momentum, yeah, you could have a system that you're aware of that you can both use that you would both understand through nods and certain words.
Yes.
Right.
Grennan will the information of that Grennan will impart is that he is not at the moment currently being coerced, but but the situation is tricky, and he would require some assistance with it. So it's what he is saying is true, and he is not being coerced into saying this. I believe the situation has become somewhat complicated. I have been summoned to answer charges in the Quaqua Principality.
Charges? What have you done, or what are you accused of having done, I should say?
I suppose the simplest way to describe it without getting into the technicalities of Quaqua law, dereliction of duty.
As I understood it, you did not accept the knighthood, or whatever the equivalent was called.
That is correct, and therein lies the rub.
Ah, so by not accepting the knighthood, you have apparently offended this Steel Prince of theirs.
That would be the long and short of it. Of course, the actions we took to stop the Chigo Concern super weapons have not endeared us any further. It's hard to say which way that would go, but let's just say that it's a complicating factor.
Out of character, was that the giant wormhole thing?
Yeah,
No.
those are the wormhole things.
Oh, yes. Okay, yes, those.
Well, I can certainly understand that. And perhaps I should speak with this star captain of yours.
You're certainly welcome to. Just be aware that this has now become a diplomatic issue as much as a legal one.
Understood.
Okay. Grennan's going to walk over to Star Captain Koshi and say, Star Captain, if you don't mind, my direct superior would like a word.
Rear Admiral Nia? She looks at you puzzled.
No, as far as things stand now, Admiral Haggard, as he is currently on the station, theoretically, technically speaking, that makes him directly above me, in the sense of the chain of command within system.
Koshi looks at Lieutenant Anai. Lieutenant Anai, I request your counsel.
And Grennan just nods, like, go ahead.
Yes, Star Captain.
Is what the fleet captain's saying here true?
Is it?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty
He's
sure-
your superior officer, but he's not your direct superior,
Yeah.
and you don't know if he sees command of Tiger Squadron or even the station. He just happens to be sitting in the command chair, of the station. which he's the senior officer of DSE's overwrite, so she would surrender it out of courtesy. It's like, well, obviously you outrank me, so if you want the chair, I'm not gonna, and you want to hold the ops, I'm not gonna stop you. Why would
Right.
I?
Right. So, and I will like consider her words briefly, and then say, given the available evidence, yes, Star Captain. There are peculiarities to the situation of an admiral taking command in a local space.
But I have made myself apprised of your 10th Expeditionary Fleet. I don't recognize this Haggard as a within your hierarchy.
Reason.
Brennan will look at her and he says, "That's part of why I had requested a brief moment to confer with him before I came aboard. He only just arrived."
Indeed. Who's making that reason command roll?
Haggard is. But Anai and Grenin, you have a presence plus command roll. Yes to that focus, Haggard. Difficulty 2. As it seems, and Anai is picking up on it pretty quick without a roll. This is theater on Koshi's part. She's making sure there's a legal ground for her to move, and she's like, no, hold on, let's in front of a bunch of witnesses. Let's make sure I'm not breaking any rules.
Very good. So we need to do presence command. I'll lead the roll. Take a momentum to roll 3. Diplomacy or law.
Diplomacy. I'll take diplomacy.
Just use your theatre focus.
Yeah, honestly, that might be better.
It's fine.
Yeah, and
And
then
then you
assist
assist.
with coordination.
Yo!
Denai is good at her job.
Very well, then, on your word, Lieutenant, and on your word, Fleet Captain, I will confer with this Admiral on behalf of the Principality. On main viewer, and the camera changes as you can now, from that angle, Haggard, it was hard to see the conversation, but you could hear it. It wasn't exactly noise
Right.
or anything. But then you see a very different bridge design where everyone is at the front within full view of the captain, and there's this big gap between her and the rest of her crew, and she's at the far back of the room. But you can see Grenin and Anai kind of like in the well, as it were. But you can see like guards with like sabers at their hips and but only the officers seem to have pistols at their hip, which includes the Star Captain sitting in her throne. From your roll, by the way, you're able to determine that they have the biggest trade tie is with, or has been actually, between the Federation Tallgrass area and the Liluri system. Liluri is a newly claimed star system by the Quaqua, and they've been kind of the first contact point and the nearest point between the Federation and the Principality. And that's actually been very beneficial for both sides, mostly beneficial for the Principality because they get access to various rare materials that they normally wouldn't get. The Principality, when you look into it and you think about it, has benefited strategically from Starfleet's intervention in the Chigo concern and fighting against the Chigo, and has actually fought alongside them and the Woohoo. So the math works out in Starfleet's favor. Starfleet's done a lot for the Principality. The only member of the Principality that's actually done Starfleet back a favor is Star Captain Koshi herself, because she's been the point of contact and their most vocal advocate both ways.
Yeah.
She's been preaching up the Principality, but also to the Principality preaching up Starfleet and the Federation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's been a lot of quid pro quo between the Tiger Squadron and Star Captain Koshi.
Star Captain, when she sees you approaching out of your chair, she kind of she rests her hand at her the saber at her side, and she kind of stands from her chair and dips a bow.
Haggard will nod. Star Captain Koshi, I'm Admiral Ulysses Haggard. Forgive me, I overheard your conversation with Fleet Captain Grinnan. My position is as a special representative from Starfleet Command, Fleet Captain Grinnan's ultimate authority. I kind of serve as Starfleet Command's eyes, ears, and when necessary, director on the frontier areas such as DSE and what we call the tall grass sector. So he is quite right that within system I do have the appropriate authorities. I understand that on behalf of the Steel Prince you have served what we would call a writ on Fleet Captain Grinnan.
A royal written summons by my Steel Prince. Yes, Admiral.
I see. This is most unfortunate timing, considering the influx of ships and personnel to DSE at the time. Starfleet Command is quite interested in this upcoming conference and would very much appreciate Fleet Captain Grinnan's presence during the ongoing ceremonies.
Are you saying, Admiral, that he would be derelict in his duties if he were to leave?
Unfortunately, some could construe that exactly, and unfortunately, others might think that this would reflect badly on the Quaqua Principality. It could even ultimately affect the flow of goods and materials between our two peoples, something I'm sure neither one of us would like to see happen.
Well, I'm sure the provisional governor of Liluri would greatly not appreciate that, and the new Baron, when they are installed, would not appreciate that. I will have to insist that once his duties are performed, that he answer the summons, and were he to accept a detail upon himself by my officers, then he may continue his duties until such time as you have dismissed him of his current standing duties. Roll presence plus command difficulty 2. This isn't a pose. This is, again, her setting it up for her crew.
Fair enough.
Nice.
And the recordings for posterity on the bridges of Quaqua ships.
Benefit of having her as your ally instead of her rolling opposed against you, because that's a hard roll. But
Right.
she's like, oh, no, I'll set the stage up, but you need to hit it out of the park. So.
Right. Politics as a focus?
Yep.
Okay. Take a threat for bold, and I'll spend 2 momentum for... Oops, sorry. I'm so used to controlling the momentum pinned.
Get off my stuff!
And take two more for the 4th die.
Coming in here trying to take my momentum.
Sorry. Every other game I play, I'm controlling it.
Yeah.
One float.
Various platitudes come back and forth between yourself and the Star Captain until eventually. All right, then. I believe we can come to that sort of amenable agreement, besides which I think this fits within my review of alien culturalisms. So what is more cultural than a conference of various species?
I never doubted for a moment, but that we could come to such an agreement. The Quaqua are well known as a reasonable people, and of course, I find that two serving officers can often make diplomacy much more simple than others can. And speaking of your continuing cultural investigation, I would be pleased if you would dine with me aboard my flagship, the Argo, this evening.
She raises an eyebrow. Some of the officers kind of look back at her.
Haggard says, "It is a custom among my people, and part of my duties as a representative of Starfleet Command is as a diplomatic representative. So you and your senior officers, of course, are more than welcome to join myself, Fleet Captain Grinnan, and his officers aboard my flagship."
Well, despite your you know what? I don't know what sort of officer of the Royal Star Navy I would be if I were to turn down the invitation of an alien admiral to dinner. I will await to hear for when you are free. Until such time, I will permit your officer to be under guard and continue his work post-haste.
Excellent. I'll have my aides contact yours, and we'll figure out the time differences, and I will see you this evening. I look forward to it, Star Captain.
You as well, Admiral. And she makes a gesture to the screen, and it pops back to the small. And actually, the whole screen shuts off. As Grennan, you are informed you are to beam back to your station under guard.
Understood. And as he's departing, Grennan will say to the Star Captain, "The Argo is a very nice ship. Has served with distinction in the Federation for almost a century."
It is more that he seems rather forward for a man, but I don't mind that so much. It's endearing, really.
93 years, not quite a century.
Yeah.
He's quite a lady, if I may say so. Very ladylike, yeah. So I'm like, yeah, I was thinking that too. Back to your station. Stop that.
Very good. I will graciously accept the protection of your of the escort.
And Fleet Captain,
Yes.
be sure not to misplace that protection.
Oh,
The grace of the Quaqua only goes so far.
I wouldn't dream of it.
Yes, Grinning
And
won't
she
dare
looks you.
lose females.
So, Grennan, you find yourself in the protective custody of two Star Naval officers who will basically be walking around with you at all times. On the plus
Awesome.
side, this does act as a security detail for anyone who's attacking you.
Yep.
So you
on
have
the
an
bright
advantage
side-
of having your own detail with you.
On the bright side, they're not the people you want to try and attack.
Yeah, it's like it's a complication, but also an advantage.
So Haggard is actually in the position of being that, elderly matriarch in a patriarchal society that nobody's going to turn things down from. like the ultimate oh, Southern grandmother.
I
The
believe you wanted to
ultimate
talk to me, oh, Haggard.
The ultimate Southern grandmother. I love it.
Why, bless your qua heart.
Sugar.
Gods.
So I think that Grennan has his action, and yeah, the meeting between Varda and Haggard.
Yep. So, granted, you're actually able to perform an action for the next 2 days. You're under guard, but you actually can do something other than be transported to to the prince's home, to Cooley.
So, does anyone have any suggestions for what I should do? Presumably
surrender. Resign.
something relating to. Goddamn.
Please don't give me more jobs.
Presumably, presumably something relating to the conference.
Or keep reaching out to ships and people, because we've not finished that job yet.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. We have not.
Continuing administration.
Well, you also missed the. Unfortunately, in our last roll, we missed out on the Bellatrix, because unfortunately the doctor whipped on that roll.
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
Oof.
So,
Who have I not reached out to yet?
Wasn't it like a list of 8 to 9?
Yeah, I had it, and I found it. Tugboat Fleet, Yandy, Lyrira. Well, Lyrira's here. Bellatrix, Outpost Sierra Alpha did that. House Telpoc did that. Planetary Sector Governors did that.
I've done
And you-
tugboats.
Then I think that and you said we missed out on the Bellatrix, so that's everything.
Oh, yeah, I've got the Yandy and the ISS myth to do, and you gave me another job to do on top of that, and then I've got a different
Maybe-
extended task to do a lot.
Maybe
aside
I
from
can
that.
do maybe
maybe take
I,
those back off of Varda's plate.
yeah, maybe I can do something to alleviate one of those. I'm not going to be able to continue helping you.
You know, if anyone's going to contact the intelligence people, I feel like that should be penned.
Mm.
I've got a couple of things I'm looking
Well-
at doing.
What if Grennan and Penn switch off the administration of the promotions and reassignment stuff?
I've already done it.
Oh, you've already done it.
I've done them both.
Yeah, like that's the thing. The only thing I could think of really needing is like helping out with this conference thing, but
Maybe you do
Maybe
the
securing
outpost.
your
Maybe do the outpost instead of Varda.
the outpost.
We've already checked in with Sierra Alpha.
Yeah, I did that last week.
Oh, okay.
maybe start getting together your legal defense.
Yeah. You've got
Yeah.
time to prepare for the Quackwa thing?
Yeah, basically prepare for my departure. So now I'm not just being whisked away with no prep time. Now I'm gonna get whisked away with a couple days of prep time.
You know exactly what your charges are. Prepare for them, yeah.
I'd draft somebody from the Judge Advocate's office for IU.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think also, if you're going to be here by the time I get back now, I'm bringing back an ambassador.
Yeah.
Threat,
A full-on
threat,
ambassador.
threat.
Oh no, he's throwing
Threat.
threat at us. Oh no.
Threat.
Oh Jesus.
Lord Threat.
He's in command.
Hey.
All right, let's dance. Let's see. What do I have?
A hope.
I mean, you don't have a lot of things, but I can't say them on stream.
Wow.
So you
Got
put them in
fiery
the
red
Discord.
hair and a
Put them in
button
there.
nose.
You guys are so mean to me.
I mean, you could have gotten out of that situation without Haggard there if you just would have said, I have my duties to fulfill, then I will come with you.
Yeah. Yeah, I could have done that. But I didn't.
Yeah, we know.
I mean, you were started on board her vessel.
Yeah. I could. I think I have an idea here. I am going to spend, I think, 3 momentum. And I am going to tap my Star Cross.
Yep,
Law
still
focus?
there. I'll take law focus.
Reason command, because unfortunately my reason is not the best. So I now crit on a 10 or lower, and I have a reroll on the board.
I love the Starcross.
Yeah, it's so good.
It's
Oh dear. I get 1 reroll. Oh no. Station, please.
station crit.
Aren't you on the Kismet?
You can choose where you're
oh.
doing your work from.
Yeah. Kismet
As long
might
as
be
you don't
the best
mind
place.
your guard being there.
Yeah, no, I don't. Kismet would be probably the better choice because I think it actually has a semi-decent computer's command. Oh, it does. It has a. Oh, it's actually rocking a. It's actually rocking a 15.
It's as if it's a command ship.
Yeah. I'm still gonna have to burn my determination to. Either there's always room for diplomacy or trust in my crew.
There's always room for diplomacy.
Okay, I'm re-rolling 2. Let's hope. Oh, hang on.
Hanging on.
Okay, no. I just wanted to make sure that that one didn't technically count as 2 successes. It just barely didn't. Because I forgot I had my star cross. Okay, I'm re-rolling 2. Woohoo! I generated a momentum.
Congratulations.
So you spend
Wow.
2 days preparing your defense within the bounds of both Starfleet law, Federation law, and Quaqua law, which is a complicated matter that has been compounded by various things. But hey, you're figuring it out. It's a learning experience, as they say.
Yeah. And, occasionally I want to be kept apprised of how things are going on the station while I'm here. Not that I'm going to necessarily be able to do anything about them, but... end of the day update on how the conference went.
All right, who's next up? I think we're all equaled out again.
Yeah, except for Effort's due to late.
Yep.
Grennan never invited me to dinner.
That's something Grennan could do.
It's funny.
You could reach out to the Lorera, considering it's right here.
Oh, we've already done that.
Have
Have
you?
we? No, we
I thought
haven't.
he spoke to the... No, okay, he didn't, I guess.
No,
Huh.
but he can now that they're right here.
That's right, he was talking about it.
I think the question is reaching out to them the best thing to do right now?
Hmm.
'Cause
Right.
what do we need might be just finish up what you're doing.
I do believe Haggard wanted to brief me, though, as like a quick half-hour, shouldn't take a full interval thing, hopefully.
Yeah.
But the GM is finished. Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, inviting people to dinner is Haggard's go-to move, man. Has been for 93 years.
Yeah.
And you know, the chefs on board the Argo are badass.
Mm-hmm.
That better be a trait.
Oh yeah, that'd be a great trait.
Badass
Hmm.
chefs.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Jim, there was going to be Haggard and Varder talking about a thing. Whatever the heck it was Haggard wanted to talk to Varder about.
Where is?
He's giving me another extended task to do.
Yes. Here's a
Better
difficult
not.
party task.
Where the bloody hell?
I've got two. I've just finished one. I've got another one to do.
There is a captain's room here just off of Ops if you wanted to speak with Varda
Sure.
there, or you can meet with him elsewhere on the station.
Sure, that'll work since I'm basically just taking half hour out of doing whatever I'm doing on ops.
Yeah. Right. Sir.
Have a seat, Commander. Tell me, are you still carrying around that badge under your uniform tunic?
He will
Ooh,
take a seat and yeah, he'll just turn out the tunic and show the badge. Yes, sir.
Brief me on what's been going on with the Midnight Watch in this sector. What happened with this infiltration and attempted, I don't want to say boarding, but attempted bringing of a bunch of psionics onto the station recently?
From all I know, and I'm not actually in the loop as far as Midnight Watch plans for that were concerned, it seems like they were in the process of replacing most of the people on the station already, all legally and officially. That been finding places to put their people, and they happened to make a very, very poor timing choice of, oh yeah, this fight's done. Now we're just going to throw thousands of people onto the station. That one is at least more explainable. Peregrine crews attempting to land and salvage unknown objects from one of the planets in the system has been explained away as the Midnight Watch being incredibly used to acting independently and whenever there's an opportunity. I find that less believable.
Any idea what they were actually trying to recover?
I have no idea what they were trying to recover. We know the planet did have Borg technology on it at one point.
Borg, you said?
Yes. It had been
It
dealt with
currently is
quantum
precursor to
torpedoes. That's the right planet I'm thinking of, correct? Yeah, that's the one they tried to land on? With the
Yeah.
antimatter explosion. Well,
Shosku
Yeah.
1, yeah.
yep, antimatter explosion, Borg nanites that were then purged with a quantum torpedo barrage from orbit.
and precursor facility.
And there's a precursor facility there as well. There's a lot of interest potentially there.
Hmm.
Whoever went down there was unable to recover anything. And they're currently going through the proper channels of which to do that. If I were to take a guess, it was all pushing a boundary and seeing exactly how far they could get. And the answer was not very far.
Sounds about right. And
Effect on people.
you said that they'd been moving Midnight Watch members steadily onto the station.
Appears to have been, as this is going to be their public outpost, after what they're doing at the moment of becoming an official and legitimate thing out in the open and public view, they were having people move here.
What's your threat assessment?
From the Midnight Watch, they could potentially do a lot of harm if they had the wish to do it, as could many other groups. If they have the wish to do it, I don't think so. It's not in their best interest to start a fight with the Federation, especially not while as many of their high-ranking people are here as there are.
Well, let's hope not. Ideally, I'd like to see them kind of reach at least some sort of rapprochement with the Federation and Starfleet.
Wait! Wartburg's here, isn't he?
Yes. That, from what I've gotten from the Midnight Captain, appears to be the idea.
So Wolfgang is calling himself the Midnight Captain.
I did not specifically say that. But there's probably just the smallest bit of a, I already know you know.
Right.
It's kind of smile.
And how are you finding walking that particular razor's edge between the two badges you wear?
I am doing nothing that would upset Federation legal code or Starfleet uniform code, and doing what I can for the advancement of science with my limited knowledge of science. It's honestly more straightforward than a lot of people would think, at least as far as I am in particular concerned.
Well, that's good to hear, and I wasn't suggesting that you were breaking any regs. I just am concerned when an officer is potentially putting himself in a position to be pulled in more than one direction.
I'm an intelligence officer, sir. It kind of gets down to the job where I have to make statements like that on the regular.
That's a fair point. And how goes this, whatever this is you're involved with the Klingons?
For now, we're making relatively good progress. It seems a lot of the work has already been done in terms of apprehending or eliminating suspects due to Tiger Squadron anti-piracy activities.
And do you think you'll be able to get them off the station before the conference?
With any luck, yes.
Excellent. Let me know if you need any assistance in that regard. And thank you for your candor. Part of my mission here is to learn about exactly what the Midnight Watch is trying to achieve. Hopefully it's exactly what it seems to be, an attempt to return to the public view and as I said, get a little bit closer to the Federation and Starfleet again. So,
there is one thing that's being brought to my attention, sir, and I just haven't had the time to direct attention to it, or resources. From what I've been able to find out, there is a smearing campaign going on against Tiger Squadron. And from what I'm told, it appears to be coming from within Starfleet itself. The information that these people are using and citing would only be known to Starfleet personnel. Someone in the higher echelon, in fact.
Something I can definitely look into. Where is this campaign? Is this campaign taking place in the Shoshu system in Tallgrass, or?
I need to look back to what I found out. It's whatever Dharma told me. The information is coming from Shoshu news sources, so within this sector, in fact, within the Tallgrass region of space, directed to, most recently, it was Captain Pend and Dr. Efrix. Where is it? Yeah, it's specifically Starfleet person. The information comes across as someone from higher ranks in Starfleet. They've not been targeting out by their sources, because their sources can't say where they got their information from without incriminating whoever is giving it, so they've not gotten far.
And you'd say it's been thus far directed at Captain Pend and Dr. Efrix?
So far, yes. Or at least they're the ones that were affected. I said I've not actually been able to put a full investigation into this, but I've been busy.
Thanks for the information. I'll see what I can find out from my end and let you know.
Thank you, sir.
That's really all I had. Thank you again. Oh, and if you have a chance, please tell the Midnight Captain that the Dawn Admiral would like to see him when he has a chance.
I can stop by the corner and let him know, sir.
Thank you. And I'll follow Varder out and get back into ops.
Listen, if there's a reasonable admiral to trust, it's the one that shot at Section 31 with us.
See,
Yeah.
that's the mistake you're
Haggard and
making.
Section 31 don't get along.
It's the best way to make your cover is to fire on the people that they're supposed to be enemies with.
Penn would know this.
Ken would know this.
Shh.
Don't worry, I have no qualms with killing a 96-year-old man if I need to.
Well, join the club.
96. I'm 133. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Makes it even easier. Just fucking blow a wind at him.
Oh, really?
Power
Man,
fan.
Doesn't look a day over 110.
Yeah, that would be an easy drop by the corner and be like, yeah, Captain. The Dawn Admiral would like to speak with you.
does,
I imagine it's as simple as that.
does it occur in Varda's mind that, oh, these two are just fucking nerds?
Yes. It's like, these are two friends that know exactly what the other are.
Yeah.
And they're in the situation of, we're in the open now anyway, but they're still using code names.
Because they can.
Because they can.
Admiral Haggard, you get a request for your presence at the Arcania corner.
Any particular time stated?
At your earliest convenience.
Oh, the Midnight Captain's putting on airs. Okay, yeah. When there's things have, relatively speaking, calmed down in ops, I'll make my way down to the corner, which is a weird place on a round station, but whatever. I guess it's more hexagonal.
It wasn't Orion Station.
What are the shieldy things?
Those are Midnight Watch members who are wearing their badges on their instead of where the com badge would be. They're wearing it there that badge there instead.
Oh, okay.
Openly wearing their allegiance. These are like regular civilians that are wearing them.
Okay.
The only reason Varder has his on the inside is you can't wear both at the same time. That goes against uniform code.
Yeah, Haggard will stop by the Argo and grab a small wooden box and head into, and then he'll ring the corner's door.
The door slides open when you walk up to it.
Ah, Midnight Captain, eh?
Dawn Admiral?
Well, I mean, you started it.
Well, I had secrecy in mind. Although it's becoming less and less of an issue. Although, as always, secrets keep people alive. Just that in my case, I don't need secrecy as much.
Mm-hmm. I'll
At least
reach
I hope
out
not,
and
anyway.
clasp his forearm. It's good to see you, Wolfgang.
It's good to see you too, Haggard.
Question. How phased are these guys right now? Like, they were thrown when a commander and a lieutenant commander were in here. Now he's a full bar admiral.
Yeah, they turn over and just stop what they were doing. Like they were working on stuff in here, and then they just kind of like, what?
Also, be aware Wolfgang's all of 3 years younger than Haggard.
Yeah. He gestures to them. Go on, take your lunch. Event planning can wait for a few minutes. Now, and they kind of blink. And, oh, yes, Captain. Very quickly start leaving the room.
So, couple of presents. And I open up the wooden box. First, I had an opportunity to visit China recently and brought you some pu'er. From what I understand, it's about the closest tea you can get to coffee, although it's still tea.
He takes it from you. I
And
don't think
then-
I've had this before.
I take out a small holographic projector and set it at the base of the wall here and activate it. And what appears is a full-size, incredibly detailed holographic copy of The Night Watch by Rembrandt in full 3.6 by 4.4 meters, just like the original.
Once it fully materializes and loses those artifacts that holograms have,
Right.
and Wolfgang just kind of walks up to it, starts staring very intently at it, like walking real close to it, and kind of peering at it from different angles. Is this from
took
the
some-
Louvre?
I think it's
This
actually in
picture, I
a...
mean.
Whoop, wrong thing. I think the original is... I think it's in the National Dutch Museum, actually, not the Louvre.
I think so, yeah.
But I don't know off the top of my head what...
It might be in the Louvre now, because I think in Star Trek timeline, the Netherlands is underwater.
The
No.
Amsterdam Museum.
Damn Amsterdam.
Oh, boo.
Yes, the curator is a friend of a friend and allowed some of my text to go in and render this. It somehow seemed appropriate.
I
besides-
should either thank you greatly or feel mildly offended. It depends on which conspiracy theory one wishes to believe.
Well, I figured you'd have a drawer full of them, so pick whichever one you want.
Ha. Please, have a seat. He sets the tea down.
Oh, and I've also got a cargo hold full of coffee beans in stasis, my personal blend for the conference. You've got 10 humans coming and a Klingon. It should be almost enough to hold them.
Well, we're also going to be getting a few of the regular guests as well. And it'll be nice to have some organic, some fresh-grown coffee beans, as it were, or authentic beans.
Yes,
Appreciate that.
I had the replicators version of it last time I was here. I didn't get to visit the cafe on the promenade deck, however. I'm going to try and hit that this time. So, I'm on a surprise inspection of the Tallgrass sector, which is Starfleet commandees for find out what Wolfgang and the Midnight Watch are doing.
I'm surprised you don't have an arrest order out for me.
Nope, just really broad and vaguely phrased investigatory powers. Just enough to get me in serious trouble.
That sounds about right.
Well, it's not as often these days as it was back when you and I were young. And I gather that you were pressing some of Tiger Squadron's buttons with your actions after the battle with the Chigo concern.
Well, in particular, Captain Penn's buttons. He was one of the, he was the son and pupil of Admiral Sister Schreer, the architect of the Tripolity conspiracy.
Huh.
And my understanding was that he was a 31 agent, although he has since disavowed them and has, according to my sources, battled them on a few occasions. But you and I
Yes,
both know that one is always wary around intelligence officers, especially those who wore the black uniform.
Yeah, I still sometimes think Admiral Marcus is going to pop up on my screen at any moment.
Believe me, I have all my agents on the lookout for him in case he does pop up, mirror or otherwise. Because if he does, I'm putting him right back down.
So, What made you decide to come back out in the open after so long? Well, not too long, 6 years.
Tiger Squadron, really. They showed, well, I hate to throw it all on them, but Tiger Squadron has shown that they are willing to have a dialogue with me rather than chase me out or my agents or immediately assume we're human supremacists like it's 60 years ago. But Starfleet's changed. I mean, I've heard officers, well, with the end of Sister Schreier and her faction within 31, I'm not as worried about being attacked again. I'm not as worried about a repeat of the Antwerp conference or of Weimar. But I have a good feeling about this, but it's selling it to the rest of my membership that's hard. These people have been on the run for the last 6 years, and we're distrusting of authority for over 60 years.
Hence the conference,
Hence the conference.
which has caused all manner of headaches at Starfleet security and intelligence.
Well, if I gave them warning in advance, they might have pulled rank on Fleet Captain Grennan. Whereas I just simply dropped it on his lap and hoped he would cave to the sudden pressure, which, to his credit, he doesn't cave in tactical situations, but diplomatically he can flinch if you come at him fast enough.
I know, I've already had to rescue him from the clutches of the Quaqua, and I've only been on board for 6 hours. Or wait, 3 days, however long it is.
Insert time here.
Right. And I've only been on board for 3 intervals.
3 days.
3 seconds.
Right.
Oh, shoot you. But this, despite his unusual infatuation with Irene Adler, of all people, he has managed to keep that bureaucrat of a young captain has managed to keep himself from being killed on several occasions. So as much as I have seniority on him in diplomacy, I won't begrudge him his ability to survive along with his crew.
Fair enough. Although bringing a Cardassian war criminal, a known experimenter on sentient beings, and someone who is still suspected of being directly involved with the Bemoth disaster on station, you're really not making Varder's job very easy.
Varder's a good agent and a good officer. I trust him to see threats to both the Watch and Starfleet and warn both sides if something is popping up that shouldn't be. As for the controversial speakers I have, Sonics is too important for me to shelve the inconvenient and the distasteful. If I were to grab someone else from the Cardassians who didn't have as checkered as past as the good doctor has, I would. But he is the preeminent mind that I can get to that the Union isn't, in their new government isn't willing to hide away from me. And as for Adler, well, it's been verified by the Kismet that she actually, and by my people, that she wasn't behind the Bemoth planetfall disaster, but damn if she wasn't the reason why the Cowcat got spread out so much in her eagerness. It's her faction of the Watch that I'm trying to curtail from growing. People who I'm willing to do whatever it takes to a degree. There is a line that I can't cross, but we go too radical, we go too fast. Next thing we know, we'll be pillaging from Starfleet intelligence coffers and raiding scientific stations. We can't become a criminal organization. We can't become what people fear us to be.
And Haggard gets up and kind of wanders over, just kind of idly looking at the painting holograph as he talks. Well, you're smart to come out here on the edge of things. And there's still Starfleet is changing, but maybe not fast enough, particularly when you get close to Sector 001 and in the Byzantine reaches of Starfleet Command and Council politics. from what I understand, it looks like Tiger Squadron may also be in someone's targets from back home. You'll need to watch yourself. And
It's that one admiral that hates barter.
One damn Vulcan.
It's one damn Vulcan admiral.
And you may find yourself in the situation of having to quite visibly and loudly distance yourself from Adler's faction if things come down to it.
A captain is responsible for all members and actions of his crew, and as their captain, leads them into the dark. Even if they're idiots.
Fair enough. Also very poetic. But I'm not sure you're in the position of a captain so much as you are a president or prime minister.
Ugh. Do not say that around my followers, please. I don't need them getting on airs that we're more than what we are.
Oh, surely, who would think that the Midnight Captain was somebody who is putting on airs? I mean, God forbid.
I would have made Admiral too if I'd stayed in the fleet, but we both had our duties to call to.
Fair enough, and you know I'll help you as far as I can. But, and believe me, I'm thrilled to see you back out of the shadows. But be careful. There's still a lot of shifting politics with Starfleet Command, and you and your people scare them. Classic ancient prejudice against any kind of telepaths. You know how it is. Powerful people have secrets, and they know exactly what they would do if they had the power. They fear that you and yours are just like them. I'm not sure that's ever going to go away.
With the enlightenment of humanity, it can change. That's what I hope I'll be able to do, because the visions of Starfleet, the destruction of Romulus, I have to try to stop them. And this is the only way I know how.
Destruction of Romulus?
Blink. I didn't tell you that yet. Damn it. He starts pacing around a little.
Is this going to be another Twilight experience? I've had it. Ugh.
There's not that I can really invoke it. He after pacing looks at you, but I am not bound by the Temporal Prime Directive, but I know you are. So better I don't tell you now until you need to know. But suffice to say that the Federation's future is not looking very good right now. And part of it is humanity's fault. We're at fault, Haggard. We need to correct, or someone has to correct it, and if the Starfleet ain't going to do it, then by God, I'm going to.
Well, be careful what you promise yourself. I was saying the same thing about Sandy and our son. I'm not saying that I necessarily believe in fate, but it sometimes seems like the universe sets its own course and there's not a damn thing we can do about it. Still, if this is temporal prime directive things, for God's sakes, after it's over, don't try and wipe my memory. That never works, and then one day I have a massive headache and 6 different sets of memories of something, and that's just annoying.
That's not me. That's the temporal fleet doing that nonsense. I prefer people to know their future. Though I think there's a certain phrase that the Kismet misquotes a little bit from Shakespeare. That, how does it go again? It is not in the stars to hold our destiny, but in ourselves. this squadron has defied its destruction twice. It has defied the destruction of the Federation on at least one occasion. We have a catalyst here, and the Federation doesn't even know it. Now, the funny thing about catalysts is that the most powerful ones tend to be self-aware and sentient. And unfortunately, this particular catalyst is made up of some 3,000 people. So it's a complicated apparatus that has its own wills and wishes. So I simply have to work with it and hope that by proximity, that catalyst will fire my ambitions rather than someone else's.
Keep in mind that catalysts can also wind up in exothermic reactions.
Yeah.
Well,
That's what you're here for, I think, Admiral. He smiles at that.
Oh, goody. Well,
Oh, goody.
I'll admit I've managed to make some changes here and there just with the small glimpses I've had, and certainly without the depth of experience and vision that you've experienced. So you may be right. In any event, your conference is working all the officers on this station to death, so I'd better get back and keep them from falling over. I'll be here throughout until the conference ends. In fact, there's several sessions going to be held aboard the Argo for lack of space on DSE, so you're welcome to come by any time.
Perhaps I'll have a conference on the history of Starfleet exploration.
Ha.
With
There you
full
go.
life figurines to talk of the experience.
Oh Lord, let's not go down that. Let's not go down that route. We're already. We've already outlived expectations in so many different ways.
Mm.
All right, Wolfgang, I'll leave you to it. But while I'm here, let's not be strangers, eh? I've missed you quite a lot.
It'd be nice to serve with you again, Admiral, but somehow I think our futures will divide again. But for as long as we're in the same direction, I won't pretend you're not there. He smiles.
You know, you may be the next Hegel or Marx trying to perfect humanity, but sometimes you can be thick as a brick. I'm not talking about you serving with me, Wolfgang. And I put my hand on your shoulder. I'm talking about you being my friend, and literally my oldest friend. Seriously, so old. So terribly, terribly old. You should really moisturize. My granddaughter taught me that.
Ulysses, friends of mine, until the Federation changes, tend to die. The less people think of us as friends, the longer you'll live. And people like you need to live if Starfleet's going to change. For as long as I can get you to.
Wolfgang, through various temporal mechanics, radiations, and weird spiritual experiences, I've already lived 133 years, and Starfleet's already perfectly aware that you and I know each other. So I think we can risk it. Anyway, I'll see you around. Dinner at some point this week?
Yeah, that'd be good.
All right. Take care. Come by when you're ready to start drinking a real hot beverage. Whoosh. And Haggard will head out.
Assuming I live through the conference, he says once he's alone in the room.
Last word contest.
Hey, that's what admirals do.
So
Also old men. So
One
Both
and the
waxing
same.
poetic at each other and philosophical. Oh God, freaking Starfleet officers. Yes, we get it. You both read books. But yes, we continue our efforts to prepare for the for the conference to come.
The death that awaits us all.
I mean, yeah, sure, we'll go with that.
Alright, who's next?
Efforts.
Ah, yes.
Probably still in transit.
Yeah.
I can go next.
Have fun.
Yeah.
So you're gonna begin your warp journey.
Yep.
So, oh my God. So the Maxwell Planck leaves,
Wow.
Good
and
riddance.
never to be seen again. Myth make a new character.
Yeah, probably. Quite possibly.
So, do. So you're here.
Mm-hmm.
You want to get over here.
Yes.
So, question is, what course are you taking?
I believe we discussed this last time.
You were gonna
I'm
skirt just
going-
inside the borders.
Yeah.
Oops. I have something blinking at me. Why? Oh, nothing important.
Essentially, just
Yeah. Something like that.
yeah, like straight. Around 200. 170 to 200.
How
Oh,
many
never mind,
squares?
that went fucking weird.
Mm-hmm.
Oops, I'm snapped. There. That. Oops.
Yeah, it's about 200.
It's about 10 squares. Okay.
Yeah.
So with your ship, I could find my warp table. That'd be nice. There it is. Approximately. Maxwell Planck. Approximately 10 days from Shosku to Encapped marker.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing you're gonna do over your you're gonna want to roll is making sure that giving yourself the appropriate cover to make sure no one's looking too hard at what you're doing.
Yeah. That's what I
so,
accidentally messaged to the fleet channel.
Really?
Yeah, I was in there for a bit. I was like, "Did you mean to put it there?"
No, I didn't.
Myth. What the fuck?
Presence plus command or con. Difficulty of. Whoopsie. Of 3. Just by computers plus command or con.
All right. I'll spend a momentum. Focus in Starfleet protocols.
Yeah.
Okay. Presence. Command. Oof. Then ship assist. Computers. I'm gonna spend a metal to quash that.
Okay.
I don't have a reroll.
So yeah, you will go across the for about 2 sectors. You'll be well within tall grass, and then you'll be able to with that roll and 2 intervals, you are able to establish to the greater Starfleet command structure that yeah, no, you're just doing some surveys and doing some charts and stuff and propulsion tests and so on.
Yeah, like we are also going to be doing propulsion tests, I think. But
What was the excuse you gave again? Because it's not in fleet
yeah,
anymore.
yeah. Testing new propulsion technologies.
Yeah.
You know, the thing the ship is designed to do
Yeah.
more than anything else. So yeah, that's 2 for me. I can keep going, or we can switch over to someone else.
Just to say, I was going to do one to do the press conference. I need to do mine for the allegations.
Oh yeah, to clear your name. Yep. That's a presence plus command opposed roll. Is there someone active? Someone has actively made an effort to smear your name, so you're just trying to out-talk their talking points.
Spend a threat.
I'll spend it back.
And I'll spend 2 momentum.
Cool.
Oh, I'm in the wrong book entirely. No wonder I'm not seeing what I'm looking for.
I'll reroll. I'll wait to see what the GM gets.
I got 200 hits.
Well, fuck. Yes, Pend always gives press conferences.
There they are. Oh, that's why. Yep, I remember now. Okay. 3 dice.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna have to spend determination. What can I spend it to? So can I either spend it towards mission directive to keep the peace and tranquility in tall grass, or should I use sometimes I need to play the right notes?
I'll take the second one.
I mean, yeah, I was trying for mission directive. Jesus Christ.
Played all the wrong notes, apparently.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, just give me a minute.
Unthinking, Pin slips into social insults.
It's not my fault you're a freaking moron. Don't say that on the air. Are you kidding me?
I don't know which dumbass is trying to insult me here.
But that person is a dumbass.
Like, just tapping his pistol while he's saying, "Yeah, if whoever is spreading these rumors wants to come forward, I'll gladly show him the error of his ways."
Right.
Can I spend a milestone because I was doing this stuff last session as well? It was basically I was doing this shit, just not for press conferences and this specific role.
He did do politics.
I'll take it.
And I'll spend it to the same value. I'll spend metal to squash that. This roll is not going well.
Thou hast offended the gods of the dice.
I think we're tied. I could succeed at complication.
You can succeed at complication in that you can get a little unbecoming of a Starfleet officer, but only just enough that you'd get a reprimand over it, rather than so basically a negative ding to your rep. But other than that, you could win over that if you just get a little more forceful in how you're talking.
Sure, fuck it, why not?
Seems
A
in
very
character.
penned resolution.
Penn's a relatively straight-talking person. I don't care about this bullshit. Don't listen to it. Don't be an idiot.
Don't worry, I get lying and deceitful like every week now. It's like, I'm an intelligence officer. What do you want from me? The truth.
Yeah, no, you're able to, in ways that Starfleet Command isn't going to appreciate, but you are able to quash the smear campaign that was being launched against you.
Good enough.
You get several angry letters from various admirals and a Federation counselor who's not amused by your candor on subspace news.
Yeah, but it also looks good for the fact of, oh, we've got this straight-talking captain that's in our area.
It clearly wasn't the
it does-
Tellarite ambassador.
Oh yeah, that's the Tellurite guy's like, oh no, that's because Tellurites appreciate that. Most other species don't.
Yeah, but that's their problem.
You get a letter about remarkable restraint from the Tellarite counselor.
You didn't call him a snot-nosed twit anytime during the interview. Good for you.
Barely insulted them at all.
So who is next?
Shall
I
I
say Granite
finally
'cause he's muted.
finish? Shall I finally finish this investigation?
Yes.
Hey, Insight Security Diff 0.
Let me pull that up.
I had to say it out loud so you do that.
2, Div 2.
Diff 2. Got it. Security team still on resistance because... Please.
Because apparently Haggard did want to get into a fight with Wolfgang. He had to be nice and stuff and give him gifts for getting.
Yeah. It's almost
What?
like they're friends or something, man.
Jeez.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay, I have a threat.
Here I kept mean right hook for nothing.
I swear I've clicked the button. Okay, I did. Do I? Yeah. Fish. Fish. And chips.
Ooh, fish and chips.
I have not had fish and chips in ages. They don't really
Uh,
make
can
them in
you all hear me?
America. Sucks.
There's apparently a
Yes,
British
Grennan.
style fish and chips place opening up here. Something in the next few months.
You're like
Make
across
them
the
in New England
entire
area along the coast.
Hmm?
I'm stuck
I
in
hear in the New
Michigan.
England area along the coast, they make it. It's not as good as up here, but you know.
I prefer the New Zealand fish and chips. Thank you very much.
That's fair. That's a fair joke.
Well,
Do they wrap
Like,
it in
I'm
newspaper?
super used to fishing.
Yes. Yes, they do.
Okay, that's proper.
We're
Yeah.
a direct English colony that didn't do what the Americans did, and then we got artillery shelled for it. Anyway, that is 5, 4.
-1, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so 4.
Buy an extra one,
Okay.
or do piercing. It really doesn't matter. I get 5 and I break the track.
So you are able to
Work.
get some. You're able to find the various traders that Telbach is looking for, and where they're hiding, and their motions and escape routes and so on. There are several officers and military warriors among the number, but as I said, there's a lot of the higher leadership, like a lot of the warriors you find out about are like they're of the lieutenant equivalent rank or lieutenant commander. They're in that level. No one really gets up to commander or captain level because all those guys got wiped out in that big when they lost the pirate base. So they only have like middling officers and lower, and then a bunch of laborers and civilians. Klingons are happy for this discovery, but now you have the moment where you can choose to do something else and not pursue this matter any further, and the Klingons will hunt these people down, or you can do something, or someone in the Tiger Squadron can do something with this information.
So we know exactly who they are, where they are, pretty much.
Yep, and if no action is taken, they will be dealt with.
In the Klingon manner.
Yep.
Exactly what are my options?
Hey, that could be something for Grennan to do.
Yeah, hey Grin, you want to do some diplomacy?
Uh-oh. Well, didn't I already spend my 2 days?
No, we're on 14, not 12.
Oh, okay.
Okay. You want to do some diplomacy? Uh-oh.
It's your entire
Ruh-roh.
stick. Yeah. It's if you want the Klingons to not just murder a bunch of themselves. Yeah.
Work out some like legal stuff, maybe.
Yes.
So I'll just forward that little thing over to the captain, fleet captain even.
Yeah. See if I can't find any loopholes that might be like, oh, well, technically, because of the way this particular group of people entered, that's technically counts as asylum, and
So you're going to offer these traders to the Klingon Empire asylum?
Maybe not directly that.
no, not directly that.
He's trying to find loopholes to not have them killed.
Yes.
These dishonorable
At least
honorable
some of the
patats.
civilians.
Why are you trying to shame those Klingon officers who are hunting down those criminals?
They've been on my station for far too long, making far
They
too much
can't take
trouble.
prisoners.
They'd get reprimanded.
Okay, Oda.
You-
Yes, Oda, we know.
I will fight you.
I mean, to be fair, I'd take Oda over Grennan most days of the week.
Man.
What, the days that aren't Tuesday?
No, even Tuesdays as well. So every day.
And yeah, any day that ends in a Y.
Or that just ends in a day.
Oh, and
Well, yeah,
Yeah, but
Haggard also
Klingons, they don't end with day, though. They end with proper Klingon
Oh.
names.
Haggard did ask to be kept appraised. I was like, oh yeah, we found them. There you go.
every day that ends in an H.
That's
Your
most
months
days.
only have 31 days. Ours have 48.
I can see it.
So that's why the Klingons get confused about birthdays.
See? Had it on him because I was going to say something with him, but I don't need to now.
There's no human born after the 31st of a month. What is this?
So,
You
yeah.
dishonor your ancestors by using star dates.
Now, you can succeed at cost, but the cost would be your alliance with Telpak. You basically just put your foot down and say, no, asylum. But if you find a because you're not only finding a loophole in Federation law, but in Klingon law, and finding a nice loophole that fits both sets of laws without them clashing with each other, and that is incredibly difficult, given that you're allied powers.
Question.
Mhm.
Can I call in one of my favors to help Brennan?
Favor with whom?
Maybe, the head Klingon investigator for this that seems to like me.
You could call on that favor to bring down either the comp or the difficulty.
Well, that's your choice, Kernan. What do you want lowered?
Could Hager assist with this task?
If he assists, he uses up 2 of his days because he's spending those 2 days helping him with it. But he totally could.
Up to you.
I'll be happy to assist. You'd get a reroll because I have advisor.
That's part of the
yes.
reason why having extra command officer is useful.
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, so that's I'd lower the comp.
Okay,
I have
yeah.
a couple.
We'll
I
get
got
him
a
to lower the
couple.
comp because he's being somewhat
So,
acquiescent to these lines.
But
that
which one
the
are you
fleet
doing?
captain's trying to go for.
You can either do the
Aiming for
5 or
the
the
diff
4.
is probably better.
I might go for the 5, honestly.
Okay. So diff
I,
5, comp 4.
I've got stuff I can do. I got stuff I can do to like cancel complications and such.
The only thing I'd say is like, if you keep those warriors from dying, they might get captured, and then they'll hate you even more.
Oh no, we're keeping them in the Federation of Planets. They're not in the position. Well, unless they start
Right,
doing
I'm
raiding.
saying they might get captured by UFP people.
Yeah.
Because they're likely to commit some crime or another trying to find... Because their goal is to amass enough power and wealth to mass a fleet again and go back.
Yeah. The
Mhm.
goal of the Warriors is to make a new house, essentially.
In which case, those guys are actually criminals to the.
Oh, yeah,
you know,
totally.
Are actually criminals, and they should be turned back over to the Empire. Like,
Yeah, it's like some of the laborers and farmers probably are too.
but they are gonna
Not
have a
necessarily
much
all of
harder
them.
time organizing rebellion.
So yeah,
You're a
Then-
farmer. What do you know about rebellion?
so you're doing the diff 4 comp 3 then.
Yeah, diff 4, comp 3. Would I be able to use one of my palm leaves to... Because I'm trying to prevent them from doing a violence.
Doing a violence.
Doing a violence. Aw, him doing a violence.
Yeah, you could spend your palm leaf toward that, because you are trying to dissuade, saying, look, they're going to be punished by exile anyway.
Yeah. Like,
And I'm letting you kill all these other warriors, so there's still like hundreds of people you're going to get to kill, so good for you.
yeah. I mean, this is tricky. I don't want them to be subject to capital punishment, but at the same time, this is kind of a Klingon Empire thing. We do have to silence Witch. No. GM, take a threat, and I'm spending 2 momentum.
Maybe you could, provide the space to let the investigator Klingons and the bad guy warrior Klingons, have it out and let them die in battle, resisting arrest or something.
Yeah.
That's more or less what's going to happen.
Actually, no, I don't have to give you a threat.
You don't. Why not?
Because if you're okay with that logic of me palm leaf, my diffuse the tension comes into play.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
So I get a die, and then I spend 2 momentum for the 4th.
Okay, yeah, I get you.
So, presence command, you said?
Reason.
I think it's
Oh,
a reason.
reason command. All right, not my best, but
How do you even say it?
and it's comp 3. Here we go.
Yeah, technically Wolfgang said it.
Should I fish?
If you
On
want.
a comp 3?
I mean, you're already getting assistance.
And you
True.
have 2 rerolls.
He does get an additional
Oh,
reroll, yeah.
I do have 2
Yeah.
rerolls, so
Yeah.
Maybe you could reroll that 1 to hopefully get another 2.
uh-huh.
No help from the admiral, except for the
it's
reroll.
okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna use it. I have hit 7 successes.
So for 2 momentum, you could enact the Admiral's idea of allowing honor duels to be allowed on DSE, so the Klingons can, warriors, if they want, can arrange for honorable battle deaths or win their freedom, as the case may be.
I
I'll
can
do
do
it.
that. Yeah, I can do that. 2 momentum. In fact, I will. You don't even have to do that, Pend. I am gonna plink my medal. My medal of honor, I think it is.
Yep, that gets you 2 bonus momentum, which you can spend toward that advantage.
Done.
Legion of Honor. I think the Medal of Honor does the same thing. Actually, you're right.
Yeah,
Yep.
they do. They do slightly different things, but they have that same effect.
It's like, and you know what's even better? The Quaqua like honor duels. They'll be sitting there going, ooh. Enjoyment.
Plus, we entertain our guests. Bonus.
Yeah, that's the
Yes,
thing.
with Bloodsport.
Yeah, that's it. It's
What's-
Like,
the Medal of Honor. Yeah, it's the Medal of Honor does only that, but you can get it multiple times. The Legion of Honor
Yeah.
can do that or another thing.
you know, the bright side about this being an Orion station in the first place is we probably have fighting pits built in already.
We've converted most of them. Is the
Most
thing.
of them. Most, but not all.
Yeah, there's some O'Brien on the station. It's like, what? Oh, we just finished. You wanted me to convert it back? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We call that one Vata or the Lord Engineer.
Yeah.
Yep.
Back.
Interchangeable titles.
No, we just figured out that we're going to be entertaining the Quacko with blood sports on the station.
Okay.
In a
Oh,
roundabout
and
way.
you said you finished the stuff for promotions and reassignments.
I've done so. Yeah, the 2 roles that I did. One was for the personnel that we got last session, and pretty much like the first one I did this session was for promotions and reassignments.
Okay, I'm just gonna go through and do the adjusted ranks
Okay.
on them. Just not all of them.
Efrix, do you wish to do some rolls since we have you once again?
Don't worry, I slept.
Sure.
He did.
Be right
It's
back.
not a conspiracy.
Sure. What needs to be done?
Well, you could reach out to the Bellatrix again, see how that goes.
No.
Oh boy.
Or personal things for you. You are currently stuck on a shuttle with Pend for the next however long.
For this
Yeah.
interval, for these next 2 intervals, because that's when you get to Denobula.
Got it. Wasn't sure where we were at in the timeline. Did a bunch of research and speech writing already.
You could maybe research what gifts to get your family.
Fair.
I mean, when's the last time you went
Pre-order
back?
them.
Yeah, I
You gotta
haven't
pre-order
been
100 gifts.
back to Denobula since I got assigned to the Kismet, I don't think.
So perfect time to look at what everyone likes and get 'em presents.
Yep, I'm gonna go on to Starfleet's equivalent of Amazon and look at their wish lists.
How'd you know
picked up soup.
Quarks? No, I'm kidding.
Oh, I know I picked up souvenirs when we were
Yeah, it's,
on Woodra?
yeah. Quark Interstellar, that's what you're using.
Quark Interstellar.
Yeah, and when we went to Space 9, I got stuff. I remember. Because I was just there as a sightseer.
Reason Con difficulty 2 assisted by the shuttle computer con.
Oh boy, I'm so good at con. It's my favorite.
Well,
I'm glad to hear you're confident.
we do have free momentum for you.
I only have 2 threats, so don't feel bad if you give me any.
Mm-hmm.
he's really lacking in threat.
Hey.
He's not a very threatening person.
Sorry, I'm waiting for my character sheet to load. I haven't opened it yet. Let's see. At least my reason's good. Theoretically. So this might be the dumbest thing to spend this on I've ever spent it on.
What? I'm not. I'm a doctor, not Santa Claus.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
That's so good. That was exactly what I was thinking. Yep, let's do it. So I'll take a momentum for cautious now that I'm using medicine. Counseling?
Add complication. Unless you're giving them gifts for counseling and all your family members have disorders they need to deal with.
I mean, did I mention I haven't been home since I got assigned to the casement? No, it's fine. How? Nah, it's fine. I don't need it. I shouldn't say that, but. I can't see it. Sorry.
We gained 2 momentum from the roll.
Woo!
So you're able to spend 2 days shopping, trying different Federation commerce networks, and for some of the more unique stuff, you're able to reach out a bit beyond due to their ties with the Federation, with the new Ferengi Commerce Authority, which has fair pricing. It's actually part of the law of the new Grand Nagus. You actually have to be what it says on screen has to be the price that you have to pay at the end, with no additional fees. It's weird.
Revolutionary.
Ow.
Worst thing to ever happen to the Ferengi Empire.
Empire? Listen, Bucko.
They wish.
Someone's getting ahead of themselves.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, no,
have
you're
a,
able to
I-
find a variety of gifts that will be delivered. You'll either be able to pick up with your shuttle or be delivered ahead of you to meet you at Denobia.
Okay.
I think there's too many to fit on the
I
shuttle.
have a lot of groveling to do. It's fine.
But at this point, you're home. Hooray! You're at Denobia.
Yay!
Things are pretty good, Denobia, and the Federation as a whole at this time period. There was that scare about those ships that were in orbit for a bit, but they kind of just went away, so that was
I was
weird.
gonna say I have a friend in the communications tower.
So how long do you intend to stay there?
Where are we at interval wise?
You're at 12, everyone else is at 14.
Okay.
Of 36.
And we have 36, and it takes 12 to get Baron back, right?
Yep.
Probably depends on when Penn swings by.
Yeah.
He's got a
how long
faster
is
ship,
Finn
so-
planning? Yeah. Probably not super long. How long is Penn planning to be on Earth in up his ship?
Oh, you'll be able to get your own transport separate from it, because he's basically going to be
Okay.
able to pick up the Achilles right away and then be able to fly around.
Get back. Okay.
Whereas you'll just grab
I
a runabout.
think, I think the rest of my crew is hinting that they don't want me without a babysitter.
Oh no, I just thought you were going back with the Achilles.
Well, I assumed that he just wouldn't be out very long. like, oh, like 6 days a week, something like that. That should give me enough time to get back.
Okay. Well, we can handle 3 different task goals for you right now.
Okay.
As you're enjoying yourself and
I
enjoying the
have
time
this
with your
feeling that I'm
family.
gonna really regret spending my determination, but it was worth it.
Oh, and they're so
Oh.
nice. That's nice to see you. And you get to see your home,
Ah!
and you feel perfectly safe, and everything's fine. But I'm gonna need you to roll opposed
Oh no.
insight plus security.
Oh no.
I don't keep. He's not doing it just in case, just to clarify.
I was like, Captain, what are you doing out here? Oh,
You are joining the
boy.
watch. Come here. No,
I mean, I was part of it.
you almost heard
Mama Bear?
with that, it won't help you with the roll, but it will make sure that there's no collateral if they succeed.
Okay. I'll take it. My kids alone, man. Oh boy. Let me see if there's anything in my milestones. I don't think there is.
See, I've
I mean, you have determination, and the GM only has 2 threads, so he can't spend to.
Well, I was gonna ask, am I allowed when I spend my determination to use I'm a doctor? Am I allowed to veteran roll that or no?
It's a determination spend, so yeah.
Okay, so I do have my determination back.
See, I just can't wait for the day when you're going through your milestones looking for something to burn. And you say, can I use I'm a doctor, not a Santa Claus? How's that going to apply
Yeah.
to anything?
I don't know, but it was worth it.
It's
so that I
so
can
worth
have
it.
that.
The next time she has to buy gifts for some diplomat, you don't know.
Yeah. Or like use Santa Claus as like for flying something. I don't know.
There's a sleigh here with a
Sing.
bunch of creatures attached to it.
Reindeer.
One has a glowing nose. Anyway.
Yeah.
Sounds like a Grennan episode, actually, for the Hatfield days.
It's how we avoid a Prime Directive incident later.
So
Playing it with Santa Claus
hmm,
instead.
let's see. Not sure. Did I spin towards we endure hardship? Not sure I have anything.
Yeah,
Spend
that would
towards.
work. Huh?
I'd take it since you're willing to, especially with the Mama Bear thing, where you're trying to make sure your family isn't getting dragged into your security.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty. And I will spend towards that for determination, and then I'll take a momentum for a third die. Oh, I guess it would
2.
have to be 2,
Yeah.
huh? 2 for a third die, and I don't think. Infectious disease, because they won't leave me alone. No, just kidding.
If you have to
I don't think
start
I have-
rolling for infectious disease, it's too late.
Yeah. I don't think I have a focus. At least my insight isn't first.
Yeah.
I whiffed. I don't get a reroll
Wow.
on this. I don't think.
We got 3 momentum out of that.
Oh, that was my challenge dice.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got another D20. I forgot they have an ability for exactly this sort of situation.
Stalking
Oh,
people? Yeah.
That's one hit.
Okay.
We gained 2.
So I have 3. Yeah.
You notice that there are, as you're enjoying over the 2 days, it's you try not to jump at every shadow sort of thing, because some people like wearing dark clothing. That guy's standing over there in the shadows because he doesn't want to be in the glare. You try not to jump at
Mhm.
everything. Over 2 days, you put some your security training to use and start thinking what little you have, but you're insightful, so you're able to pick up and go. You think someone's trying to follow you, but you kind of been able, but they haven't been really able to get into a position without giving themselves away. Like they're
You
Or,
already
trying.
like,
know
going-
Obi-Wan.
Yeah. There's lots of people, and we're like not in secluded places. We're like
Yeah,
going
so
to the zoo and like.
On your second set of days, they're gonna try again, unless you're gonna try to go after them back. They're trying to set up surveillance. They can't because you keep moving. Because Denoba is hard as hell to be a surveillance agent on,
Yeah.
without being like, "Hey, who's that weird Vulcan over there?" Like, yeah, I stand right out.
Mhm.
Like, you guys usually just go to the university or go to the beautiful vistas. You don't just hang around in the shopping area.
Mm-hmm.
I'm reading a periodical. Just in the food court? Like, that's weird, man. Who does that?
Falcons.
Vulcan's fucking freestyle.
They needed lessons from Varro.
Yeah.
I'm glad they didn't have them.
Yeah.
Don't know what I would do to go after them. Guess I could call it in.
You could. Pardon me. There we go.
Yeah, I'd probably report it back to. Not that they could do anything. Just let them don't show back up. I mean, we're aware that somebody's trying to kidnap me anyway, so it's not
Yeah.
like that much of a surprise. Yeah. Just like touch bases. Hey, no, being trailed.
Presence plus security or
Being-
command, difficulty 2, to over the next few days to impart to your to local Starfleet security and the local peace officers of your problem, and to not only just tell them about it, but also telling them stuff like, hey, there's this guy, like trying to tell them information that is helpful to them.
I was just saying, like, letting the Kismet know that, like, hey, if I don't show up.
Oh, so you're gonna try to
Wasn't
counter their. Oh, go ahead.
I wasn't necessarily going to tell the local because, like, technically, they can arrest me. I've said it before. If they come up to her and ask her, she'll go with them. They just haven't.
They've just tried to kidnap her every
Keep
time,
trying
which is
Yeah, they just keep trying to be sneaky about it, and she's like, literally.
You could turn yourself in, but no.
Well, I'm not gonna make it.
Well,
that
there haven't
easy
been
for 'em.
charges presented in that.
Yeah. They've never come up and talked to me. They've sent other people to do it. It's like, if they just asked her.
So you're gonna just alert the Kismet and company, like, hey, by the way, if I disappear, heads up.
That was the plan. It's like,
Okay.
yeah, technically, they might have a warrant on me. I don't know, but they haven't presented it.
They don't seem to be the type of people for warrants
Yeah.
or paper
Listen,
trails.
Everix has a security of 1.
Yeah.
So another
And
insight.
also a con of 1, which is really bad. Like, she has all of her training from like vids and holodramas. Like,
And you complain to me about medical.
hey, listen.
We're
At
all
least I won't-
specialists, okay?
At least I won't bleed out if they take me. Okay. So, inside security? Or
Yup.
present security? Inside, okay. Oh, wait. Wait, I already did that. Never mind. I can get it back. Balls. And 1 for an extra die. I got nothing. Spent the 1 that I had for eluding these guys before. Wish me luck. Oops, that's the wrong thing. Sorry. Boy. Well,
Wow.
Tie with a complication. And so to that end, they raise the ire of local authorities and begin and get chased off over the 2 days as you don't report it, but someone else does and goes, hey, yeah, those guys have been like following me around all this time.
One of your family members is like, hey, they're following me.
I mean,
Let's be,
to be
they must
fair,
be
we've
after my
got
report.
her husbands are a reporter and like a education ambassador. So
Yeah.
But
like, not
because of that,
super high profile, but enough. Like,
enough that they may jump a little when they go, "Whoa, someone's following me." It's like they're not. It's not following you, genius. I don't know. I'm still calling the cops. Forget this. I'm trying to enjoy family time here.
yeah.
But yeah, your next 2 intervals can be spent however you like. If you want to do some other task roll for your own, for your character's own project or effort or what have you, because the people who were gonna try something on Denobula have been thwarted by their own incompetence.
That's fantastic. I
That's
love
amazing.
this.
You were being hunted by a
Really
group
going
of
down.
Grennans.
I love this. This is just like the B plot of an episode.
Could not have gone better.
It's just like they sent the cadets from the academy to stalk Efrix. It
That's
didn't
just
work
security
well.
of 1.
Whoopsie.
Good training.
I mean, she's been around a long time, man.
Yeah.
Not as long as Haggard.
It's a long time.
Husband number 3. No. Oh god, that looks terrible.
I'm trying to think like what project she has going. There's one on the Kismet, but that's not like a thing that she would do here.
I mean, you could just take like more personal time.
Yeah, I think she
Have it
probably
be
just,
constructive.
yeah, it's like patching things up a little bit, repairing some social things, especially just being seen on Denobula with her family is probably a big step towards that.
Hmm.
Oh boy.
So presence or fitness plus medicine or con, difficulty 2. And if you fail success, you don't get a negative. It's just you don't get a positive.
Okay.
It's more, do you get something more than usual out of the visit?
Okay. So definitely presence medicine. I don't know, guys. What do you think? Should I do fitness con for a total of 8?
Maybe not.
I mean, the question is, GM, if she does the fitness con for at a total of 8, does she get even more when she succeeds?
No.
No, I think that just means the family activities are harder on you.
Yeah, I'm like
Let's go
really
hi-
tired.
Let's go
It's
for
like,
a
oh,
jump
we
up
went
the
out-
tallest mountain.
Yeah.
I
We went
throw out
hiking
my
and we
back.
went on a boat.
Efforts
I mean,
has
it was
to spend the
fun.
rest of the time, the rest of the intervals, like icing her back. Tried to pick up my daughter, and she weighs a lot more than last time.
You're
I'll
25,
do.
you're too big for piggyback, but I miss them. Fine.
She's not. She's like 7.
Oh, okay.
It's even
The
more
boy is
reasonable.
older. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. So presence medicine. I'll spend 1 for cautious. In family, although maybe I should. Well, that could go better. Let's see, I do have a reroll. Well, oh,
Aww.
hang on.
Hang on.
To many things.
For dear life.
Uh-oh. Oh, it worked. You donezo there, Efrix?
I'm just trying to see. Feel like that's cheating. Hang on. Sorry.
Yeah. Could be something.
GM, just confirming. You said
Mhm.
I will obviously not have one of my intervals due to the Svalin stuff, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
That's
yes.
the
Later on down the line.
23rd interval, I believe.
Something like that.
The only thing I could think to use, I probably needed to use before I rolled it. I think it would be a stretch anyway, would be the Surgeon's Medal to bring down the difficulty. Because it is technically a medicine roll.
It is. I would take it because that it's supposed to help you with any medicine roll you're doing.
Okay. Did I need to claim it before I rolled? Because I didn't.
If you're activating the medal, I'll bring it down. As long as we didn't wait till like the next roll and then you're like, oh, I claim
Yeah,
it now.
okay.
Well, it's too late now. We've already established what happened.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
But But yeah, no, yeah. So you act.
Using all my resources for the best reasons, guys.
Good.
As a Denobulan, I think this is part for the course.
Actually, heck, if nothing else, because of the gifts you got earlier, that should have brought the defense down anyway. So whatever. But yeah, no, you're able to have a rather uplifting time with the family and on the home world and enjoy yourself quite a bit. Note on your sheet that the next time you suffer a trauma, it will affect you by 1. It'll be reduced by 1 when it affects you.
Okay.
So you basically have a buffer because you have rather delightful experiences in your mind. And you've actually been able to take some leave. That will fade eventually, but for now, it'll be fine.
Okay, cool.
Were you expecting a pony? No, sorry. Free Starship.
No?
Free Starship would be nice.
Because we talked about Zeft coming and visiting her. Is he coming back with her? Or are we going to do something else with that?
Say again?
We talked about Zeft, her son graduated.
Yeah.
About him coming and visiting. Is that happening now, or are we going to wait?
Yeah, you could visit him there because he did graduate and stuff, yeah.
Like, he was going to come and visit the Kismet. So, is he coming back with her?
He could, yeah. There's room on the runabout. Or on a runabout, so.
I would have to put forth the paperwork for that. But...
Probably not very complicated paperwork, though.
Well, the only big paperwork is for him is if he's going to fly. He's not flying. He's just a Federation citizen who's catching a ride on a Starfleet vessel. You probably want him to be able to fly it, though. Just in case of emergencies.
Well, if I spend a couple of actions to hang around, I'll probably still be able to reach the Svalin when needed, and give Efrix and her son a lift back. Problem solved.
Yeah, you could do that. Totally.
It's up to you, Pend.
Yeah, I don't mind waiting, because a lot of the stuff I've got planned now is stuff for Tiger Squadron. So it's a lot of administration stuff I can do whilst waiting.
Also, like, the ship's coming straight out of dock. You might want to run it through a couple exercises.
Yeah.
Just a few maneuvers.
With some of the new crew, too. Make sure they're up to snuff.
Well,
Captain Pend.
Well, I'm also bringing back some of the new recruits that we got last session.
Yep. I have a Cardassian.
Deal with it.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Ensign
All right.
Garal.
So, what do you wish to do?
Who?
Ooh.
Anyone at 14?
What needs doing back on DSE?
I've got to start my second investigation. I can start that now, actually. Let's go.
Which one's this?
Whoever the hell's trying to do these smear campaigns.
Oh, I actually figure out who that is. Yeah.
Yes.
Haggard will assist with that, using his
Sweet.
connections.
No, I was gonna pull in Special Agent Watanabe. Like, okay, you're the one that you know civilian channels, and that's what's part of this is coming through. So I'm resourceful sometimes.
For your information, Haggard, Special Agent Watanabe is the civilian arm of law enforcement for the Federation. Usually, if it
Okay.
gets to a point beyond a certain point, they call Starfleet over it. But if it's if it's like political corruption or something like that, it's like, nah, we let civilian law enforcement deals with it because we can deal with that sort of stuff on our own. If it doesn't need a starship, we can do it.
Yeah, and this is it might be going into your territory, so we'll fill you in.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So the special agent is surprised that an admiral is involved in the investigation, and Watanabe is very confused as to why you're asking for his help. What is going on? What is happening? And why isn't Admiral involved in the investigation? No, really, what is going on?
So
Explain
Carter
the
just
aspects of
has-
what we would like him to look into from it.
The admiral is involved in the investigation because the admiral is involved in the investigation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's comforting. That always means the investigation is going to be a very short and simple one.
We hope so.
Great. Sure, I'll help you with it. Of course, it's my job after all.
No, there is a civilian side of things which is far more suited to your area of expertise.
So you're mad that so someone is defaming your officers?
Yes, and they're getting information that they shouldn't have access to.
All right. Well, I can start knocking. Well, not knocking on doors per se, but I can start prying into getting you some people to talk to.
It'd be much
And
appreciated.
see if I can get some local agents of mine to look into some of these reporters that have just popped up. Normally, we don't worry too much about the press is sacrosanct, so we try not to bother them if we don't have to. But if you're saying they're dealing with classified and security information, that can become
A problem.
a problem. So, if I can find the bloody guy's name.
Thank you, Watanabe.
All right, so you're looking at a roll.
I think this was the favor for not blowing up the station and the intelligence operation.
Do you have does he owe you a favor?
Yes.
Oh, well, there you go. So yeah, there's no roll to convince him. I was wondering why I wasn't making you roll for him. I'm like, oh, well.
Yeah, no, I've got a favor with him that I was cashing in for that. He asked me for my intelligence officers, and I made sure my intelligence officers did not make his life hell.
Well, that's right. He falls under Spy Team Yandy's umbrella.
Yep.
That's why I
Mhm.
couldn't find him right away.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you, friend? There you are. Boop.
Hi, Team Yandy. Heck yeah.
All right, so we are looking at Corvo.
This isn't actually another extended task, is it?
It is.
God damn it.
I like how the whole thing was, we're going to be doing a bunch of single rolls rather than extended tasks. Varder only does extended tasks.
Find 2 extended tasks in it, yeah. It's not even things I've been putting off. They came up during this.
Mhm.
It's not even my own fault.
Well, each of these would be like the subject of like an entire adventure
Yeah.
line that you're kind of, or it's purely a procedural security matter right now.
This is where I would ask for a pay raise if I got paid.
Join the club.
I mean, Bajor gets money, you get paid.
Not anymore. They're the Federation now. They don't need
They are
currency
Federation.
anymore.
Hmm.
Did the audio track just die?
No, I'm changing the music because we're doing sneaky stuff. Not sneaky
Oh.
stuff, like looking into things.
Dun,
Actually,
dun,
I'll go with
dun,
this one.
dun, 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 dun.
I think I started going like, yeah, I blame the Sixth Fleet immediately. It might not even be them, but that was what I said. They gave us problems up in the Shackleton Expanse.
The Pink Panther theme starts playing.
Mm-hmm.
You would like that.
Keto, not tonight.
Okay. Well, hello, security team. You can help me by bringing that down. Focus in, lead by example, or chain of command.
Chain of command, I'll take.
I was like, I've got an admiral in here. That probably helps with that. I don't have a complication anymore. That's right. The Klingons are gone, right?
Yeah, they're gone.
Okay. Good.
Or at least they're not flooding the station anymore. They're now on the ships.
They're
that
not
are
giving me
in the air.
problems.
You're now taking turns in an arena somewhere on deck 24.
Yeah. We can. I've not used it. We'll do it this way. Damn it. Okay, you get 3. I was trying to. Oh, okay, Haggard.
And since I'm assisting, you do get a reroll, a free
Let's go.
reroll.
2 rerolls. Okay, let's go. Damn, let's go. Okay, well, that's one more than it could have been.
So we gain 4.
Which was the intent, and it's 7 challenge die with nothing special about them. Unless Haggard has a thing that makes them special. I don't know what your talents are.
No. Sorry.
Doesn't have coordinated.
1 for 4 is what I think is happening there. Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yep.
1 breakthrough.
Oh, it's only a work 10?
Yeah.
Do I just spend for 2 more? I think so. Yeah. I think that's what we're doing, because you bought down all of my work last time. You bought like 20 workout. Go away.
Spend for 3, and you've exceeded the work track, and that gets you an extra breakthrough.
I think if I hit 10, then I've broken it already, haven't I? I only need to break it, not exceed it, right? Or
I thought you had to hit the number, not exceed it.
I think it's everything past breaking it is exceeding it.
Fair enough.
As in, for the next roll. Not that matter? Yeah, well, we'll get there.
Okay, you're looking at a diff 1 task now. As your 2 breakthroughs very quickly show the light that there are various reporter for hire types who are pushing this new initiative, and normally they're all freelancer types, but they've all recently banded together due to a sudden influx of resources and connections.
That doesn't sound fun. Alright, and I might as well finish this now, because it's not like I'm going to be... I hope I'm not going to be called away to do something else. None of you give me more stuff to do. I will fight. I'll give you a threat and hit that with... Is that a diff 0 because of the security team?
I'll keep it at diff 1.
Oh.
Freaking discard. You're welcome.
Oh, just squash.
Oh,
Yeah, I think I got enough momentum off that to squash that.
And 2 float.
Get at least 5 hits.
Yeah. 7. I only need 1 hit anyway. We've exceeded the magnitude track. No, we haven't. We've met it. Never mind. Haha. It was 4, not 3. I read that the wrong way around.
Well, stop that.
No. Either way, it's
Fight
done.
you.
It's done. That's 5 work. That's 2 extended tasks.
If you want, I can give you some more.
Do not.
I mean, Grennan's bound to give you some more.
Oh, the airlock the Achilles arrives at will decompress while you're in it.
Hey, I didn't
Do
give
we
you.
actually still have float?
We still have 2 float.
Oh, well, I need to find out what the results of this are anyway.
Yeah, so just thinking about it, it would be so fucking hilarious if that whole penned under a box thing was actually done to House Subnautica on the planet.
Like they are the ones behind it the whole time.
That, or they were just thinking, oh, we could probably use this Starfleet Admiral in our favour. Shit. A box stole him.
A box with a sword.
Ooh, piece of candy.
That's a reasonable response to a piece of candy.
I feel like we just found out something I really didn't want to know about anyway. But hey.
Well, Haggard's curious if we find out anything about where the leak's coming from up
Yeah.
the chain.
Because it's information that's definitely from somewhere up the chain. It's not civilian access, but whom?
Fleet Captain Grennan?
If it was Fleet Captain Grennan,
What a twist!
he will really wish he went with a Quackwa ship when he had the chance.
Pull off the mask like a Scooby-Doo villain.
So eventually you're able to trace it down, surprisingly not to a Starfleet officer, but to a Federation corporate officer of Wise Radiomantics. They are a organization that helps, that supplies and designs a lot of tech aboard Starfleet vessels. And they also with civilian interests as well as civilian starships, retrofitting old reactors, that sort of thing, or scanning equipment. And they've been around for a very, very long time. And this particular person has. There's a lot of blinds. That's why it was kind of difficult. It took some effort to look into because you had to find out. It would lead to one admiral or to one captain or another. And so eventually, like, no, all of this is pointing. It was almost like they're trying to make. Mao Meow was making herself look like the patsy, the person, the poor innocent civilian who had nothing to do with anything. It's just being used by corrupt Starfleet officers. It's like, no, she was the one behind it. She's the one who's funding these things using Starfleet as a cover.
Great.
And she's based out of the New London colony, which is where their corporate office is.
Where's that?
In the cloudy and rainy part of the galaxy.
Klingon
Or Romulan side?
It's
Word.
somewhere. I forget exactly where. I remember it's somewhere in this area. It's fairly close to the Sol system.
Okay. Great. That's a problem that sounds too far away to directly deal with for me.
So, do we have, evidence and names of the admirals who are leaking her info?
Well, we do have 2 float.
We do have 2.
It's obtained information. For one float, you can basically have every name, every verified name that's connected to her conspiracy.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And is this essentially evidence enough to get her, or do we need more?
You've gathered enough that you have actionable evidence.
Great. And give us those other names. Anyone else got a question to us?
There are. I won't bother listing them here, but you basically have a a list of various officers that you can pressure on to get more information or seal the deal on Mao.
Just call him up, give a polite cough, and here's the deal, buddy.
For a presence plus security roll, difficulty 2, you can create the advantage of basically making sure you're turning all of them to be your witnesses and helping trap Mao even deeper into evidence.
I'm assuming this is another interval roll.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, now, do we want to turn the admirals, or do we want to take care of the leaks in Starfleet?
I think the admirals are the leaks.
Hmm?
I think the people we're turning are the leaks, correct?
Yep. She's getting the information from them, and then she's funneling money through them back out again into these various media organizations to push this anti-Silk Road Initiative campaign.
It's very much whatever she said about you not getting made implicit in this was a lie. We know. You want to turn around on this, or you want to really die on this hill?
Right. You could help us and retire with your pension, or
you can face a court-martial for
right
violating security regulations.
And money laundering, apparently.
Yeah. I could probably hit that one alone, Haggard, if you want to go off after something else.
Okay.
Just so I'm not dragging you up to 20 with me.
Fair.
That case, would Chain of Command apply? Because I'm going up the chain and being like, here's the chain, I can pull it down just as hard. Or go up over them to the admirals above them. It's like, I've got room to work here, actually. And I've got an admiral in the back room. Which isn't normally a position I have. Yeah, like, if you really give me trouble, there is an admiral in the back room. You don't want me to get him involved, do you?
You make sure you know, like, chain of command's also a focus that will be useful because you know who their superiors are. It's like, I know who to call.
As a matter of question, are any of them Sixth Fleet?
No.
Damn.
You just want to stick it to Kiddick, did you?
Yes. If it was Kiddick himself. Oh, well, I still made that. Look at that. That was a threat. I think I thought I said it, but didn't actually say it.
Okay, I get 20 threat for that.
Yep.
Checks out.
Yeah.
Seems fair.
And yeah, I'll leave off there because I'm at 20 and there's other people who have to catch up.
Who wants up on the chopping block?
I'll head up next.
So far to scroll.
It's pinned.
Yeah, it's in
So
pinned
you
messages.
are-
Like, I'm keeping it up to date.
It's pinned, yeah.
Pant
Oops.
pinned it even.
Yes, it's pinned by Pent.
Whoa.
Whoa!
Ooh.
Large plank.
Captain, we got a spatial anomaly. It's a big ass fucking ship.
It's like 2 sectors big.
That's only
So-
most of a sector big now.
2 days gets you about there.
All right.
So your next 2 days are could probably take you about here.
Oh, that's still there. Aha.
Oh, I forgot you guys can edit that. It threw me right off. I was like, whoa, what the?
Oh, I can't get rid of the bar though. Rip. Oh wait, yes I can. No, I can't. Oh. What? I can get rid of one of the bars, but not that one.
So yeah, while we're traveling, I would like to be doing some tasks, but I'm not sure how feasible they are.
Be careful messing with the power and shields, by the way. That actually affects the sheet.
Oh yeah, I put it back. I think that's why I can't remove it actually.
Because it would be setting our max shields to nothing.
Well,
Or
it depends.
max
On,
power.
well, feasibility will be dependent on difficulty. So, or other way around.
Also, Varder, you've erased my shields.
No, I haven't. Have I? Well, I'll fix it. Don't worry about it.
Anyway,
Yep.
yeah. Currently one shield is max.
I'll fix it.
God
But yeah,
damn
so
it, Varda.
I'd like to start research into the subspace transit that the precursors were using, or a stepping stone between what we have and what they were doing.
Oh.
Fixed it.
Reason engineering diff 5 down to diff 4 because of your trait.
All right.
Because you're connected to them.
Let's see, one threat and 5 momentum. I'm gonna roll 5.
What are these blue tokens along the
much
Klingon
fun.
border?
Focusing in subspace theory.
Yep.
Re-rolling to 0. All right.
Assisted by computers plus engineering for your ship.
Yep. Okay.
So you have some early insights into how their subspace travel corridor system works. It's a very complex system that will require much study, but you at least have the beginning steps of that research. Where what they have is a sort of, instead of someone creating a bubble, they have something that kind of like a ship creating the bubble. They have a static structure form the bubble ahead of the ship, and then you can slip through it toward another set of coordinates on the other end. So it's a lot less strain and power on the ship, and it can just slip through from point to point a lot faster. Hence, that's why the gate system works so well. Actually, that's why the gate system could work even better than it does. It's just that it isn't using its full capacity.
Interesting. Okay. So I think then, as we continue, we might start looking into how to boost the efficacy of the gateway network.
You would need to access the Tilbo warp gate system in the Tilbo system.
Okay.
And work it from there. You could do some prep here to do some theoretical modeling to see what you would need to do once you went there.
Mm-hmm.
So
I like the Starfleet command's like, okay, so you're doing this propulsion research now. Here's our formulas.
reason science reduced to 4. Laura Bailey. That name rings a bell.
1 momentum and 2 momentum, 1 threat, rolling 4.
Oh.
Wait, why? No, wait. I'm still doing engineering. Never mind. It's 3 momentum. My brain. Roll that comp.
plus the ship.
Nice. Ship. Okay, I hit it. And then I'll spend my other metal to quash.
Yeah, you and your team are able to make a workable mission to do at the Tilbo Warp Gate facility to try to make the gate system a little more effective. Keeping in mind that its full potential is not quite unlockable because you guys shut down the precursors.
Yeah.
But you can still optimize it so it's a little more. You have a little more control over it, and you can move through that sector a lot faster.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you had someone just sitting there at the gate, like if you station someone at the facility and they can watch that system and act as a sort of a traffic controller to. But that would definitely be a mission, like an episode mission to go there and work through the system.
That's good. And then I've got one more interval of work before I finish with the movement, right? For the movement that I've currently done.
Mm-hmm. What was that? Sorry.
Oh wait, no, never mind. I mathed wrong.
Yeah.
I'm up to 18 now.
So you're actually approaching D phase 17 by this point.
Whoever wants to go next.
Granny, would you like to do something? You've been quiet for an awful long time.
Yes.
Is that a question?
Is there anything you would like to do?
I mean, I can't. I thought I was out of time. I thought I had to thing.
No, you're actually here now.
No, you're cleared through the conference.
Okay. I mean, I can't.
And very welcome.
All right. I mean, sure. You know, if I have a moment, I'd like to see because I forget, is Adler's doing a thing, right?
Oh shit, that's what else I was supposed to do.
Adler is on the station. Yes, she's been working with the coroner for the last few weeks.
A lot of things to do. Okay.
No. I mean, isn't she doing a speech for one of the things?
Yes.
Well, I think Brennan's watch that.
The conference hasn't started yet.
Oh, it has.
Nope.
Oh.
We're doing this to get to the
Oh.
conference.
Okay.
It's all the prep to the conference. Yeah.
All right. I mean,
Conference is
what
at
else?
36.
I mean, what else needs to be done?
Let me look at my list.
I don't know, make some shit up. Make an
Yeah, you can make
advantage.
stuff up.
Come up with a project.
Trying, guys.
Help your little lieutenant commander run the damn station.
Right, those need help.
Yeah, I definitely. Grennan can give rights. Grennan can actually do his damn job as
Fleet captain.
fleet captain and help Lieutenant Wright do station management.
Yeah, especially since there's an admiral around.
Oh, here's one for you. Considering
that's right.
we failed with the Bellatrix, you can also retry the Bellatrix.
Mm.
Listen, I have really good bedside manner, but no one wants to talk to the doctor if they don't have to.
Well, it's a Grennan job anyway. Now that he's here, he can do his job.
Yeah, presence command. I'm gonna spend a momentum. Team dynamics.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, you're able to get a hold and actually get some sense of what's happening on your station. There are tons of ships in the area now. More coming all the time. The Lorira's been staying very patiently in the area. Hasn't really docked. They just do flybys and with their fighters, and they patrol the area. The carrier kind of staying close to DSC. Argo stays docked for the most part. The other ships, usually the ships that move are the off dock is the Minute Watch ships to allow freighters to come in and dock and get repairs and stuff like that. But once that's done, they come back and redock because they're trying to keep the 4 Minute Watch ships connected with the DSE as much as possible.
Right.
There's also a recent influx of Klingons coming to the station who are fighting in what used to be the old fight pits on station, which have been repurposed since they are now being used as judicial fight pits for certain Klingon traders.
Oh,
in
that's
cooperation with the Klingon Defense Force.
awesome.
I'm sure the Quaqua actually want to come aboard to witness those, don't they?
Oh yeah, they place bets between themselves.
Oh dear.
Hey, that's it. That's your reaching out to the Lorira. Let them watch Bloodsports.
Yeah.
Talk to the captain over Bloodsports. That'll go well.
That's sports diplomacy right there. Just like, the
Oh.
Chinese and ping pong back in the 70s, man. That's all it is.
What? What?
I think he's a bit too young to get that reference.
He's a bit too young for a lot of references.
It's true. I forgot he didn't recognize who Haggard's avatar was back in the day.
What, Redford?
So yeah, that is what you learn in your tour, your 2 days of handling DSE, and getting a chance to learn a bit about how to command and stuff, because she has a command of 2. So she is taking any opportunity between you and Haggard to learn how to command, because that isn't her thing. Hasn't been her thing.
Right.
She's a great counselor. She's an amazing counselor, and a decent security and scientist.
Why have you
but,
people left her in charge of the station again?
She was invited by Penn. And
You-
she
It
was
was
like, well,
Penn's idea.
You could have said
I'm like, well, I
no.
want some command experience.
You could have said no.
She's not going to say no to a command position if it's offered to her.
She
She's not
almost did.
stupid.
Then
Yes,
stop
roll for it.
bitching about it.
It's true.
Yeah. Also, she could have a command 3 now.
When she gets the spotlight over, yeah.
Yeah. Let's just end of the episode. She can do that.
Get on.
I mean, I think that used my time, right?
Yeah, but you got another one.
They use.
Use one.
Yep. You're right.
So like, you can either go Bellatrix, Lorera, do some more work on DSE, be a helpful individual.
Be an unhelpful individual.
He does that every other week.
Wow.
Penned.
Attack Haggard.
He wishes.
He could roll to get a promotion.
Roll to become an
dear.
admiral.
Hmm.
With the blood spots of Larira.
Are you trying to be like devil on his shoulder?
No.
I mean, how much more time do I have?
A lot.
You're currently at
You
16.
are at 1636.
Quite a bit.
20 intervals.
Okay. What else did we want me to do? You wanted me to reach out to someone.
Either Bellatrix or Larera.
Or both.
Or both, because you could do both back to back.
Well, I'll start with the Bellatrix, because the Larira, I'm gonna have plenty of time to interact with.
Are you looking just to check in with them, or are you from the Bellatrix, or do you wish to actually? Do you want them to do something in particular for the Tiger Squadron?
Do you guys think? Is there anything we need from the Bellatrix right now?
I mean, you could get them to do what I did with the tugboats.
I wasn't here
Well,
for that.
basically ask them to help with transporting people and goods. You know, that's what they're for.
That's what they're for, I guess. Yeah.
I remember how this went again.
In fact, what's the start date right now? Just a vague.
It's vaguely 55631. Sometime after that. Actually, give me a quick second. Times 2.74 plus 55631.4.
Okay, never mind.
It's
Okay.
55680.
Okay, that answered my question. Thank you. Okay. All right. Yeah, that more or less answers my question. I had a thought, and I'm blanking. Yeah, so I'll just see if the Bellatrix can help out with moving some supplies around.
Okay. Presence plus con, difficulty 2.
Awesome. I'll spend that momentum. Team dynamics or diplomacy?
Team dynamics, you're working with them to see what you need and what they need, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Oh no.
Oh no.
Come on, dude.
I do still have a metal usage. Yeah, I'll just use a metal usage to quash. Unfortunately, I won't get any help out of them.
So we still have to reach out to them.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, you silly thing.
What is the
Wait.
Bellatrix?
It's basically like a
Independent trade vessel that we have a squadron alliance with.
yeah. Would you like to assist him, Admiral?
Okay, well, that was a bust.
Was that the complication quashed, or?
Yes, that complication was quashed. I
Okay.
used the other metal to
Okay.
quash it.
So you spent a couple days trying to arrange something with them, and again, it's the same story FX ran into. It's like, yeah, we'd like to do these things, but That's something we can't really do. We don't have the resources you want. Or that'd be
Understood.
too far out of our way, you know.
Understood. I can't really think of much else that I want to do.
Is there
Other
anything anyone
than-
else? Oh, go
Other
ahead.
than there's gonna be that dinner with the Admiral and Star Captain Koshi.
Oh, that happened like a couple days ago. I got her character
Oh.
sheet and everything.
Oh, okay. So that's how that worked. Cool.
I played the old grandmother hand and it worked well.
I don't even have her character sheet.
You attended to dinner, so actually I can get you that. I don't know if you were
See?
going to it. That's I thought you were trying to get out from it, so I didn't mention it.
See, always invite people to dinner.
Mhm.
Copy
Yeah.
image. Boop.
Ah, neat. Hang on. I have to open original so I can actually. She's got. Okay, I did know that was a value that she had. Cool. Counterploy.
That's what she's been using every time someone does something. When you create an advantage against her, she's like, "Oh, ding! I can increase the difficulty now."
It's the anti version of that. It's the counter to that talent in the command book.
Yeah. Neat. Neat. That's cool. All right. Anyone else have any suggestions? Because I'm pretty ideas.
And I reckon it's a pretty
Haggard.
decent idea. Oh, go ahead.
Well, Haggard was going to ask you for a report on Tiger Squadron as a whole and whether or not you have the resources you need to accomplish the mission you've been assigned here. In light of the Achilles coming online, but the Peltas being withdrawn.
Yeah, I could throw together fortunately, we're doing pretty well, all things considered. We've been generally keeping our resources up. Because I don't know if you're super aware of this, Haggard, but this game has a few resource management elements thrown in.
Yeah, they're doing it in the Subtica game.
Oh, right, yeah, because you have some of that stuff going on in the, don't you?
Right.
So yeah, we have that going on here. So do I have to do a roll to put together a report for him, or?
Actually, what I'll do, that sounds like a good idea. Control plus, I'll give you two options: control or reason, plus command.
Reason.
If 2.
I don't think I have a focus for this. Diff 2. Take a threat.
Sure.
As I'm kind of pumping out this report really quick. There you go.
And yep.
And Haggard will look over that report and see, based upon the sheer amount of combat that has been going on in this sector recently, whether he thinks that Tiger Squadron has the kind of force multipliers they need. Oh, wow.
Oh, that number is incorrect. I have to update that sheet because I updated the other one, not this one. Resources should be at 10, not 8.
Yeah, last session we managed to get it up to 10.
Damn, you guys are doing awesome.
Well, we're taking our time, making sure we've got a steady build up for everything before doing shit.
I think that strength is correct.
See, this set of sessions is honestly peak Tiger Squadron. There's a bunch of administrative stuff going on.
And once we've finished all of
and-
this, we'll be going out and doing actual missions.
Yeah.
So, when I'm looking at squadron strength mechanically, what's that number? Is that
That determines the scale of ships they can handle, with adjustments for if a ship has 5 in any one class. So that 22 strength accounts for the Kismet, the Plank, the Achilles, and Deep Space Aracania itself.
okay? So that's the scale of assets they can have in total, and that doesn't include their fighters.
Right, because the fighters are deployed out from the because those fighters are part of the fighters that ran into you
Mhm.
are the mercenary wing alliance that they have. They basically have a mercenary on retainer to help augment the station's shuttle, so that way they're not sending their guys out. They send these Chico mercenaries out to patrol the area.
They
Ah,
are
like-
independents.
Like House Gamola, I see.
Yeah. But yeah, overall, the stats for the squadron are very high. After a
Yeah.
lot of missions. Although the
Yeah.
big thing, and you're seeing the problem they're running into now, and you've been overhearing, they have a lot of alliances, and maintaining those alliances is annoying when there's so many of them.
Well, they seem to have alliances more with individual ships and people than like polities.
Well,
Yeah.
it's pretty much whoever we come across, that's who we make allies with.
Everyone.
We're making alliances with people who are on kind of the same scale as we are. So, we're not individually as Tiger Squadron making an alliance with a political
Right.
entity because we're not a political entity.
Right, you've got that weird amount of glory to spend on something, and you have to spend it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yup.
Cool.
And also, they have the liaison officers, as you see there, what's assigned to certain ships. That way, if that ship's ever involved in something, it's like happened on the Larira, they can have that person automatically be like, well, the advantage of that is you have a support character that's assumed to be there at all times.
Yeah, like that was the thing. That character that helped me out on the Larira, she was there because we assigned her there.
The biggest expenditure for them is the DSE. DSE eats 8 of their squadron strength
Yeah.
on its own, just because and that's just a smaller station. So,
Yeah.
might wise, they can maybe increase it by maybe 1 more point, which gets them another 2 scale worth. So they can improve one of their ships up to 5, or they could add a fighter, but that's about it, really.
Yeah.
Beyond that, once you start breaking Might 12, you're talking admirals now. That's beyond what a fleet captain, they'd feel comfortable a fleet captain having under direct command.
Cool. That pretty much takes care of the inspection element of Haggard's mission.
That has Grennan at 20.
And I have to get myself to what?
20. You're good. We need to catch
You're
other
good for
people.
20.
now.
Yeah.
Panned.
Yes. Well, the 2 tasks I was thinking about doing, whilst hanging around the central systems for Efrix and her son, where I'm going to look into the possibility of creating some events over the next couple of weeks/months for the Tallgrass area. So the idea,
Like social events and festivals, that sort of thing.
kind of. The idea was like for my remaining tasks, basically up to 36, were to create an engineering convention slash event, a science and medicine one, a piloting one, a like a security renewal drills slash skills show off, and even like a stupid little a duelist competition for the tall grass area to all compete in and show off and look at our new inventions slash medicines.
Let's come at this from a different angle. Let's try this plus that or that.
But yeah, I know it's a lot of different things, but that's the idea. Like getting up to 36, creating a lot of different events for.
So what I'm thinking of doing is I'm lumping that all into one difficulty roll, and just chewing through multiple days, basically spreading out your extended task and presuming you're going through that whole thing, rather than doing it the way I've been doing with Varder, because I've just thought of that. It's like I could do it just one roll and then just eat a bunch of your intervals instead of just two.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes, Varder, I know I should have thought of that earlier.
It's fine.
I'm gonna roll 6 challenge dice.
Okay.
You get 4. And what does it influence and rep is a 15. So I crit that as
2
well.
hits.
So that's 6, 7, 8, 9. Because the way that I was thinking about it, obviously it's a lot of different events for different parts of the crew and people to come along and join in. But it's also a type of thing, look what Tallgrass is doing. Look at all the different things we're doing. Trying to make us seem bigger and better. Yeah.
You have increased morale by 1 for the entire Tallgrass area, as there's now a bevy of events for people to go to, even if they're an event that they're not interested in. Like some people aren't coming to the Sonics event. People even know about it. Like, yeah, but I'm not into that. Like or I'm interested, but not enough to go to a symposium on the topic. Like 6 days.
I'll watch the news broadcast.
Yeah,
And then
I'll catch
but
the
over
live
here you
stream,
can
it's
punch
fine.
someone.
But yeah, I'll send you a list of like the type of stuff I had planned, and you can decide whether stuff like that can actually go ahead. You just let me know how many things I need to add.
How many intervals did you have left? I have 36.
A lot.
Divided by 2. 8 events. It would be the max. You could have fewer than that, but 8's the absolute ceiling you could possibly have.
Oh.
You'd have time to plan and get rolling.
I'll write a list, and I'll tell you how many I take up. Hey, I'm doing the stuff that Grenin should be doing as the fleet captain of Tallgrass.
Shoo, you're trying to take his job. It's fine.
I've been trying to do that for nearly 3 years.
You almost got him promoted. It almost worked.
Hey, I gave it a
Tried
good
to help you out.
I gave it a good try.
Yeah, you tried to kick me up the ladder.
Author Alley. So yeah, that's penned by the sound of it. That's pen settled.
Unfortunately, I've got a bunch of smaller things to do now that are all not related.
Well, I guess we can dive into those then.
security. I mean, presumably no one else does anything that requires my attention. I think we're past that stage now, right?
One hopes.
One hopes.
I'm very far away.
You are very far away. In fact, everyone else is very far away except for Haggard. Haggard, don't.
What? Wait. I think there's an extended task I need done. It has to do with an investigation of some things and people and stuff.
Alright,
Also, Romulans are on the station now.
Oh
Take
no.
care of that, would
there
you?
are.
I already knew about that.
No, these are different Romulans. They're Romulan criminals that they're tracking down.
There's
That's
one
how
on the
you are.
break. There is one on the break.
Ah, Tiger Squadron.
Yeah.
Okay, so I needed to contact the ISS Myth. I don't think we wanted them to do anything, but we need to check in with them. And
Mhm.
they're liable to fight Grennan.
Yeah.
Grennan apparently chooses his words to the point that the Mirror Universe is like, wow, we want to punch you.
Grennan is very Starfleet in his dealings with them.
It is a present security role anyway.
Because you're trying to contact them in a particular way.
Yeah. I don't think I have a focus for this.
What? Really? I don't believe it.
I don't have a focus for crossing communications galaxies.
I'm up to 26 on mine.
Nice.
Nice. Okay. That'll be have a threat. A threat even, if you may.
How much is that?
One.
One? Okay.
Yeah.
Resources rep is a 14.
When two of those were like, we thought about failing you. We thought about it.
So we gain 1.
Nice. Okay. Time to talk to Mirror Me and Evil Myth. She's not strictly evil, she's just not moral.
I mean, yeah, immoral.
Yeah.
The big thing you get in with the check-in is they are busy and they're mildly annoyed that you're bothering them, but fine, what do you want? And then it turns into, well, you don't want anything particular, you're just seeing if they need anything. Are they okay? You know, do you need repairs or anything? One thing they would like to do, they would like to come in to DSE for repairs and some refits at some point. Just because you're a station that they think is a lot safer than the ones they normally go to, and it requires a lot less shooting for them to go to you than to someone else. So
That's
that'd be a win. Second, they are hunting down some Chigoans in the area. That's been going well for them because they're scattered and don't have a home world. So picking them off and robbing them has been pretty good. Lots of new tech, lots of new toys. They're experimenting. Any information you can get about the Chigoans to fill in the blanks for them would be very helpful. Because they got a little information on their end, but if you can get something from the Chigoans on your end, then that could fill in stuff for them, hopefully. Or anything about precursor tech, they'd really like that information.
I'm sure they would.
Wait. You've got mirror assholes just running around?
Yeah.
On the
Don't
other side
worry.
of the universe.
Yeah, it's Mirror Me, and Mirror Myth. They're
Mirror
not
Myth is a
trying to-
sentient ship.
Yep.
But are they in our universe or their
Nope.
universe?
They're in their universe.
They're in their universe,
Oh, well, that's all right then.
but
they were
have the power
summoned-
to transit between universes.
And
That's
they
not
were
so good.
summoned here to fight the Chigoans, who were mirror Chigoans, to steal their stuff. And that almost turned into a shootout one episode between their allies. Downside of having allies from the Mirrorverse is very
Yeah.
likely you can get into a shootout with them.
But wouldn't the
Mhm.
mirror Trigoans have been the good guys?
No.
No,
No,
the
they
good
were
guys are
even
on this
worse.
side.
They were even worse. They were the ones that
Chigoans are on this side.
Yeah.
This is why the mirror universe never makes sense.
The Mirror
So-
Universe Chigoans came over and invaded
I mean,
this
l-
universe.
Like
Chigoans.
300 years ago,
Yeah.
Mirror Universe Chigoans came over and conquered the Chigoans here. So
Yep.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
they did it in a very like surreptitious shadow government kind
Nefarious.
of way. Like they did it without the main Chigoan government even realizing it, and that's why it devolved. Their society basically imploded because we revealed that fact. And
Well, and also you took you forced their entire economic board and executive to flee and abandon the concern. So the concern poofed. It's like, that's the entire economy of the Five System Alliance that's just gone now.
And
Mhm.
apparently John Crichton showed up with the wormhole weapon.
But yeah, that's probably you can show up for repairs after everyone the whole conference thing's done, because there's so many ships now, and explaining your presence is not something we need to try and do.
One mission they would like to do, they'd like you to do for them, if you can. Actually, you better, is more the way they phrase it.
Mm-hmm.
There are and I'll show you where it is on the big map. Oop.
See, this is why Varder's doing this, because he can just shrug off threats where Grenham's like, "You what?"
See, in this area, in this sector up here, there is a high-tech ship they've been trying to hunt for. They talk around it a bit, but you get the idea that they're looking to salvage it. And after talking for a bit, you realize that they're talking about an Udry colony ship. Basically a massive super carrier type ship, and they're trying to find it on their side. So any information you can find out about that ship that you can provide for them, if you can help them hunt for it, either on your side. Actually, if you find it on your side, great. They'll come over and attack it with you.
They're talking about the technocracy, aren't they?
Vada, no.
I know I'm not gonna say, yeah, sure, we'll help you attack someone that's very much not Starfleety. So, but you want tracking data essentially, and I have no idea how the technocracy is on their side of the universe. Our technocracy isn't exactly friendly.
Do you tell them about the Udry technocracy? Because they don't use those words. They talk about a ship and a profile and scan, but you know what they're talking about.
It's probably
They
a.
don't.
Do they actually not, or are they just being vague with me?
They genuinely don't. It's a lot of here's what it's words like here are the scans, here are the energy signatures of the vessel we're seeking. Here is its capabilities, here's the metals it's made of. But they never name it. Because they have no name for it. It's just unidentified vessel with cool stuff on it, essentially.
There's probably an extent of information regarding that I can tell them.
You could, but
No, I mean, like, yeah,
Vada, no.
Yeah, what? Telling them, yeah, they're a separate people that are somewhere, and they're an incredibly technologically advanced, and will probably run your shit if you try and mess with them. Which means they didn't encounter them when we did.
They've scanned it from afar and saw its capabilities. That's kind of why they wanted help to attack it.
I mean, when
but-
we encountered the colony ship was on the other side of the galaxy, legitimately.
Ooh, that's interesting.
No, I'm not telling them that. I'm telling you that.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
If they didn't encounter it at the same time we did, it's interesting.
Yeah, they only recently ran into it because they were hunting the Chigoans and they saw it on long range going, "Ooh, what's that?" Oh, it's way too big. Nope. Let's prepare with the Chigoan goods and then go back out again. Oh, it's gone. Where the hell did it go?
But I can tell you that a little bit about it. We really know next to nothing about those people. They just exist. We'd prefer if you don't, in a ship that looks remarkably like ours, come over to this universe and attack them, but I don't know what goes on in your universe, and I don't need to all the time.
And I'm going to spend my 12 threat.
Great.
Uh-huh.
Come on, dude.
Hey.
giving shit to Grennan, yet you're telling them about fucking species to go hunt.
I told them that they're going to run their shit, as in that species is going to run their shit.
New scene.
The music is now ominous.
Tittle whizzes.
Haggard, you're the first to arrive at the conference table. Conference table is the correct word. Aboard the Kismet. For one big meeting among all the staff.
Oh,
Wait, I'm not back yet. Ben back yet.
Most people aren't back yet.
Zephyr's back yet.
Yeah, just those three
I'm
of us shouldn't be
confused.
there.
Fleet Captain
Pretty good.
Grennan, you arrive.
Actually, if it's
Yay.
on the Kismet, you can be holographically present. That's great.
Shoot, I'd even figured out what I wanted my next task to be. Oh well.
Captain Penn, you've arrived.
Do I have to, though?
You could refuse to attend this meeting of department heads and Tiger Squad senior staff. I mean, it'd be a knock against following orders.
Fine.
Haggard had a couple of his stewards bring a coffee service over. God only knows what Grennan drinks, but
Chocolate milk.
Yeah, pretty much.
You think we're
Zing.
joking.
No,
We're
that's
not
Oh no,
really-
he legitimately that's what he gets.
Yep.
Oh,
Tiny Commander Myth. Sorry, I'll try that again. Commander Myth, you've arrived.
There's something wrong with the holo projectors.
Lieutenant Commander Efrix, you arrive. Lieutenant Commander Varder, you arrive.
it's doing this one at a time now. I really am anxious about who the unexpected guest is going to be.
Yeah. Thought maybe it was just about getting the tokens, but
Your various fellow officers all seated at the table.
There we go.
And a human gentleman in a what would normally look like a black Starfleet uniform from the motion picture era, with the Midnight Watch badge, where the comm badge would be, kind of walks in, looking around as he's kind of taking in the sights a bit because he's never been here. He's never been on this model of ship before, so it's a whole new thing for him.
everybody on the ship know who he is, though.
Yep. Well, good morning. I should sit over here, I guess.
Good morning.
Coffee's on the
And
sideboard, Wolfgang.
Oh, thank you. Goes up and grabs himself a cup. You can hear thud, 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 thud of someone running. Sorry. Sorry.
Oh.
I do. I feel really sorry for Lieutenant Commander Wright. I'm going to recommend you promote her.
Did you run from the station to here? Yes.
We
That's
have transporters.
some 40 decks that you ran. Yeah, it's not that long, really.
We
He
have
just kind of shakes his head like,
transporters.
Her fitness
no,
is 12.
please. All the transporters are booked. I am not shuffling the transporters again. That was a nightmare. I don't want to do that. I don't want to look at a transporter
Oh.
schedule ever again.
Oh,
Uh,
buddy.
Commander Wright, I'll make sure you have full and priority access to the Argos transporters for as long as we're docked.
Yes, Admiral. Thank you, Admiral.
Oh, buddy.
Well, I want to thank you all for all your work in helping this symposium be prepared for. I know all of you have worked. I mean, Haggard told me that you've all been working very, very hard. Some harder than others. He looks at Wright confused. But we're all set for the symposium now. And over the next 6 days, I hope that the Midnight Watch and Starfleet can work together to make this as safe and educational as we can. This is like any other, I don't know how many of you have hosted symposiums like this before, but I'm trying to hold this to the same standard any other Starfleet symposium would be, so very, very high. And Captain Pend, I think you started with some extra events you're planning alongside it and after it?
Yeah, I figure if people want to look at the area in general, it helps if we have some more things, some more attractions, some events to draw the eyes of people.
Which, if that gets the general populace to join in, so much the better. I don't want it to just be academics. I mean, mostly academics are coming, of course. But the more general people come by, the better. Current estimates as to people arriving, you see Wright wince, like she doesn't like the number. We're looking at over 12,000 people attending, which, thankfully, I thought it was going to be higher than that. Because frankly, actually, with all the work all of you've done, we're going to be able to host everybody. Not all on the station. They're going to have to take turns on the different ships, and we're going to have talks here on the Kismet, which means we're going to need Midnight Agents to be able to come aboard. I've already arranged that with Lieutenant Commander Varder. And with your permission, Grennan, I would like to use some of the holodecks, some of your suites. Probably have to borrow a cargo bay if we're going to get all these talks done within the time frame, because I know how to plan.
Yeah, I think that can be arranged.
And Haggard, you said you were going to let us use the Argo as well?
Certainly. You're more than welcome.
Well, I'll make sure not to have them anywhere near the growing. I assume you still have the growing operation on your ship, the grow program for the beans.
Yes, and thank you for your contributions. My crew was quite excited to get to work on them.
Yeah, be wary of Shackleton Beta 3. We believe it has hallucinogenic qualities, but we don't think it's lethal. But just, it's an interesting way to
what?
start your morning.
Am I the only one who's here isn't hearing him? It's like breaking up,
I think
or
you're
is it
cutting
just
out.
me?
Oh, I'm cutting out.
No, you're fine for me.
Oh no, I'm a robot.
Oh.
No,
Now
you,
we hear you.
Now
Yeah, now you're
There
good.
you go.
you've been
Alright.
fine for me the entire time.
So the beans from Shackleton were what?
They have a hallucinogenic quality to them, but they're not lethal.
Oh,
just
that's good to know.
Oh,
Why is my
So,
ensign
Save
tripping
those
balls?
for Saturday morning. But yes, we can definitely arrange tours in the botanical decks. They've expanded quite a bit since your day.
If I get the chance to see them, I'll definitely take a tour. I have at least through various talks I have to attend, various speakers I have to introduce, plus the opening speech tomorrow. So,
Where about it again?
well, darn you, Discord.
Oh no.
See, I'm not getting any issues with him.
Yeah, I'm hearing all of you clear. That's what's weird. Is anyone else? Oh, there's other people on here, but not shifted.
Yeah, so it's
Uh-oh.
dying for half of us, just not.
Okay, back in the green now.
Same. I was also just one barring.
Yeah, I'm at 3 bars the entire time.
Everyone all right?
For the moment.
Yeah, for now. Must be a server issue on some region.
Yeah.
Mm.
So yes, of course, all of you for the opening tomorrow. You want to have a seat at the grand opening speech and the first talks? You're more than welcome to. I can set aside seats for you if you want.
I'll pass. I've got other things to do.
Count me in.
All
I
right.
will be in attendance.
I'm sure I won't understand half of it, but it's always what happens between sessions that's important.
Anyone else I should book? He starts writing names down on a pad. Anyone else? Right, just holds up her hand. No, thank you. I'm going to be busy during the whole event, so.
I should be able to attend.
I should hope so. I'm going to have to introduce some of your talks.
Fair enough. Are we able to add a +1 for that?
You'd be able to, yeah. Given the amount of time that we had left. How about you, Grennan? You going to see the first speeches?
I mean, he has to. His girlfriend's giving a speech.
Gren just narrows his eyes.
Oh, I'm sorry, can't you see me from over there?
Crosses his arms.
You don't have to come if you don't want to. It's fine. I won't be offended.
I'll be going.
All right. Gives a look at Haggard and just shrugs like, I don't know.
Yeah,
So
Haggard is
savvy.
just kind of looking at Grinnan, just kind of with this puzzled, lowered brow look on his face.
Yes, Admiral. He's someone you would refer to as extra.
To
he's also-
which Grennan takes a sip of his mug of, probably to Haggard's utter dismay, hot chocolate.
Hey, at least it's someone without a drinking problem. Oh.
Extra he may be, but he's someone you call fleet captain, so keep that in mind.
First wonders if she needs to be worried about the captain's sugar consumption.
Oh, definitely.
And once again, Commander Myth, I want to apologize for what happened to the Maxwell Plank. I couldn't. If I knew what was going to happen, I would have told you.
Excuse me, what now?
And that's when Myth realizes something. Your time clock doesn't match up with where everyone's acting like.
What?
Fucking time shenanigans again.
We go.
Myths,
What?
Myth
The current
seems
start
to
date
talk
in your
about-
these people are acting like it's start date almost close to 55707. It's nowhere near that. You're like several days away from over 20 over 10 days away from that.
I'm detecting an abnormality.
What sort of abnormality? He puts his pad down.
I walk over to the wall console and start bringing up stellar profiles and chronoton emission detections to see where this is,
Detecting some bullshit.
when this is, you know.
Who this is? How this is.
Focus in temporal mechanics.
Yep.
Okay.
Have that. Yeah.
Do you want 3 momentum?
3 momentum. Get one back.
Damn. This is how you wind up living to 133.
I've done it before.
You lived to 133 before?
No, the whole time travel thing. I've done this before, remember? Didn't I get spaced
I
last time?
know. I know. I was just giving you bullshit.
I think I did get spaced the last time this happened. I
Yeah,
did
mistake.
drop my body floating in space. That's right.
Yeah.
That was weird.
My internal
Mistake.
chronometer. Oh, okay.
So is this how we find out that the player myth just wanted a new ship?
I don't.
Wait, you're. I'm sensing confusion. Oh, there's certainty now.
Correct. I am experiencing a temporal anomaly.
Oh, fun. Time nonsense again.
Yes, Captain. Apologies, Admiral, Captains. I believe I have work to do.
What do you think you need to do? Warper kind of stands up out of his chair.
Devise sufficient shielding for my ship to save my crew from a deadly excess of chronoton radiation.
Do we
Grinning.
remember something happening to the Maxwell Planck?
Hang on. Yes, GM?
What are you drinking, Ray? What's your favorite play?
My favorite play?
Your favorite play, favorite book, something Myth doesn't know off the top of her head.
Hang on.
I know it's a narrow list, but
Yeah, no. Hang on a sec. Just gotta roll something off in my head. God bless you, Mr. Rosewater. Why?
Haggard, your favorite coffee.
Ethiopian Yirgacheffe.
Myth, do you know these things, or did you know these things already?
No.
but you're experiencing a temporal event, which means we're actually here,
Correct.
Hopefully.
but you're seeing
I believe
something.
I'm experiencing multiple time frames, Admiral.
Okay.
Do you have parallel memory structures for both?
Haggard,
Hmm.
what happened to the plank? Because I don't remember what happened to it. I just remember regretting what happened.
Does Haggard have any memory of something happening to the plank?
Now that you think about it, no. You just remember it was something happened to it, and only Myth came back.
In what? What did she come back in?
Something somehow. It like the minute you reach for the answer, it's gone immediately.
Okay. 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 Sure. That. This is an again thing.
Hmm.
This isn't a what? Sorry.
An again scenario. I'm pretty sure we've had this happen with Myth before.
Yeah, this isn't the first time that Myth specifically has encountered a temporal phenomenon to which the rest of us are unaware of, or at least aren't also experiencing.
Organic minds are able to adapt to temporal anomalies much more fluidly than my positronic net is. Therefore, I'm able to detect temporal anomalies at a higher frequency because my neural structure is not adapted to make the changes that yours have been over the course of billions of years of evolution. At least that's one theory.
Well, then, it sounds like we need to figure out how to get you back to the point where you can stop whatever happened to the plank from happening.
Well, we've got a whole station full of nerds. We could figure something out.
Indeed, and the while not as thoroughly a scientific research vessel as the plank, the Kismet sensors are still plenty powerful.
Officers, I hate to remind you, and I shouldn't be the one reminding you of this.
Temporal
But-
Prime Directive.
Yeah.
You should not know that the plank is in any distress if it is. Therefore, it should be contingent upon myself to solve this issue if possible.
Except for
And the events here will have to be classified if they are remembered.
when we are has already happened, except not for you. That's the weird part about this.
I would recommend that we limit the amount of people to interact with this. The less people to interact with it, the less people Temple Investigations has to talk to. On the plus side, he gestures at Haggard. You have an
Yes.
admiral here who can approve violations of the Temporal Prime Directive.
I was going to say, the good news is we have an admiral in the room.
Well,
Not that we plan on abusing that.
Oh, I am, says Wolfgang.
Temporal Prime Directive or not, it seems to me Commander Myth has discovered a threat to his ship, and therefore it is up to us to assist him in countering this threat. However, Wolfgang is correct in that I believe we should limit this to those of us already in the room and aware of it. Past experience indicates that if Commander Myth is able to prevent the danger to his ship,
Her.
prevent the danger to her ship, then this will never have happened, and none of us will remember it anyway. Until several years later, when we'll all experience a crushing headache and suddenly have parallel memories, but you get used to it.
You get used to it?
There are treatments. Don't worry. It's in the medical files.
Also,
Efforts
that's
are likely.
that's what
It'll
alcohol
probably be
is
unlocked for
for.
efforts like tomorrow.
Just drink
Sorry,
some
Captain.
alcohol. That'll do the job.
Yeah.
Grennan just rubs the bridge between his nose, and Haggard and Wartburg haven't heard him say this before, but Varder penned Efrix and Myth have absolutely heard him say this before. I hate time travel.
Captain, I'm afraid that what we're dealing with here is less time travel and more a multiplicity of viewpoints within a time stream that is not coherent.
So, less time travel, more time bullshit.
I hate time travel.
Well, what's the solution, Commander?
As I said, if I can devise a sufficient shielding for my ship and save my crew, I will be better equipped to both finish investigation of this station and to, well, survive. Admiral, do you have any advice in that regard?
So, you're telling us that the plank was destroyed by, or the crew, and I guess the ship, were destroyed by a overwhelming amount of chronoton radiation?
Confirmed. I am currently detecting deadly quantities of chronoton radiation. I appear to be the only member of my crew that is still awake.
You're detecting this from where?
I believe the appropriate question, Commander, is from when?
I can answer that question. Pulls up a map.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, I know where exactly.
Here.
Oh, did it move?
It shouldn't have.
It just did. Yeah, when you
It just
did
moved.
it was like the ripple pushed it away. That was kind of fun.
Yeah.
So it's somewhere in that sector. Although I don't know exactly where your ship is, but I know where the station's supposed to be.
Well, if I'm docked with the station,
Presumably you're in the same place.
yes.
Assuming the station didn't move.
Yes. There's a lot of assumptions at play, okay?
Yeah.
So, from your perspective, you are several days in the past, several hundred light years away, and somehow being projected here to this alternate history. Yes, I look at Wolfgang. I go, yes, I know I'm simplifying.
I'm experiencing two temporalities simultaneously.
Chronoton radiation does strange things.
Just,
All right,
that-
so go ahead.
I was just gonna say, with the amount of chronoton radiation that Commander Myth is talking about, it's no wonder that the positronic brain. Actually, the worst part of this is that Commander, I'm no cyberneticist, but if you're too exposed for too long or too close to the source, then your systems may shut down, and this may all be for nothing.
Yes. That is why it's imperative, and I understand the oddity of my statement, that we remember that time is of the essence in developing a countermeasure if possible, or
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest here.
evacuating the ship.
You
Yes, Captain?
probably want to go talk to Woge and just bring this up as a hypothetical. This is kind of their expertise.
I am also well versed in temporal mechanics, Captain.
I
Oh, yeah,
believe she
I think Loki's on that ship.
focuses on temporal dynamics and quantum theory.
Dr. Efrix, are
Yes.
there any standard treatments for chronoton radiation exposure?
I would assume that's a roll.
Yep.
Be happy to make.
I mean, I can tell Myth the thing that helped Penn with his extreme dose of radiation.
That was a different kind of radiation.
Still fucking radiation.
I
yes.
have. I wonder.
Novel trauma.
Yes.
What is it, Grinnin?
Emergency medicine.
I'm gonna keep the thought to myself for now.
Or xenobiology.
You had a yes from novel trauma.
I heard that. Take one precautions.
Because what is Efrix trying to do?
Figuring out treatment for chronoton radiation.
Yes.
With her presence roll, no less. She's shouting at them to answer.
Oops. So it would
I'm
be
thinking-
better. Hang on. Let's see. Oh wait, no, it's the same roll.
10
10 and...
Wartburg.
Oh wait, no, it's not. It'd be different. Hang on. Let's see.
Hello, cute kitty. Hello.
Yeah. Wartburg, I have a question.
Go on.
And this isn't meant to sound accusatory in any way, but is there any kind of precedence for temporal anomalies brought upon by psionic influence?
Theoretically, precognition
Yes.
is a sonic power. You can look forward. The problem is that it's hard to stay grounded without tracing your way back.
There was that one entire situation where my body was in one place, but my psychic presence was in another time entirely. That was great.
Yeah, I've had that done as well when I had my mind ripped from my body.
Right.
It is ultimately
'cause
trivially a
far be-
difference between that and having your mind unlatched in time from your body.
Right, because I'm aware that correlation doesn't mean causation, and this could be completely off base. It's worth noting that we are having a strange temporal event surrounding a psionics conference.
However, Captain, the psionics conference is not in any proximity to the temporal event, and
It's not
the
200 light years
anomaly
away.
Oh,
which
is
has
it?
triggered it is something that has been known about for some time before this psionics conference. Perhaps an association, however, it is more likely to be circumstantial, I believe.
I see. I'm sorry. I getting the timeline of events correct is a bit confusing right now. All things
Yes, sir.
considered. My apologies.
I am
Wartburg.
attempting to remove the Maxwell plank from the area, however, it's currently docked.
Our treatments, but the number one thing is removing the patient from the environment. There's other things to
followed a
do
similar
after
line of
that, but
thinking.
that's the just one.
Who are the science engineers here? Sorry, I don't know your characters off the top of my head. Myth is big science engineer, right?
Yes.
Yep.
I've got some engineering.
Anna isn't in the room.
Yeah, Vada is our NPC engineer, who's
Okay.
who's the head of engineering for the squadron.
Wright has some engineering, some science. She's mostly a medicine person.
I'm medicine science.
Myth
I
is science
have-
engineering.
A little bit of engineering.
All right, so we know how to treat the Planks crew. Now we just have to figure out how to shield the ship. And then shielding the ship and removing it from the area should provide a temporally shielded environment.
Confirmed. I'm attempting to remove the ship from the environment, or at least decouple from the station.
Wait. there's a problem with that. That's probably what you tried to do the first time. Think about it. Your crew would have only would have docked up with the station if you thought it was safe to do it.
Oh,
You docked up, did PASMAT probably, and then once you realized there was a hazard, you would have ordered a decoupling, but for some reason you didn't.
Perhaps the chronotron radiation is emanating from a source that is either able to be deactivated or reasoned with.
my thought is, what if this is part of the whole counter security measures of that station? And it's, oh, if you know what you're doing and you're supposed to be there, you'll know the proper responses to go to here and press X button rather than decouple and run away.
Which I thought I gave that protocol to Myth, but if that didn't work,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't
Or
know
if-
what would have.
Or if the Andorian had changed them since they were given to you.
Would you care to share that with the class? Because growing up on Andoria, I may have a bit more insight on how they think, especially with secrets.
Well, he told me that the passcode was the name of the second Anar that was spoke at the at a science conference for the Starfleet, and then after that you're supposed to enter in Dorian's biometric code, which I know the Maxwell Planck has Andorians aboard, and it would have been much of an issue for Myth to find an Andorian elsewhere in the fleet if there wasn't one.
Perhaps
And then
the
display your
name
badge.
was incorrect.
Could I do a roll to see if there's something hidden in those instructions?
And Haggard will
Sorry.
uh,
Sorry, that should be insight, not reason.
pull up the historical databases and see if he can't find that name.
You actually end up assisting this role.
Oh, sweet.
We're old enough to have known him.
Womp womp.
I'm gonna spend 1 threat 2 momentum.
History as a focus.
Yep.
Would you allow former operative? Considering I'm literally drawing on my knowledge of hidden messages within messages.
I'll take it.
Reroll. So I've got 4.
Since I'm assisting, you can re-roll the other 0 as well if you want. Advisor.
Sure.
Oh, wait, sorry, I have to use command for that. My fault.
Okay. So 5.
So the name and it's the name that Wolfgang stated was Sri Soman was an NR that was supposed to do that. It is the correct name. However, what Pend and Haggard realized when you think about it and look it up, well, mostly think about it, is that that person never got to go to the conference, but they were recognized as an honorary speaker, and since then people have looked back. If you look back in history, they talked at that meeting, but they never did. They never left they never left Andor. But it looks like they did.
Who was the second Anar to actually speak at a scientific conference?
Who's the listed third one?
Tari.
Well, there's your answer then.
I can attempt to disarm security protocols with this information. Airing security. Oh boy.
Could I direct?
Or could Varder
I'll be right
be
back.
the lead?
Be right back.
Well, I think I'm actually like physically doing this.
Oh, right.
Myth has to be
gotcha.
the primary because Myth is seeing. We're only seeing our timeline. She's seeing her timeline.
I understand. I understand.
Yeah, it's the same.
And I assume if I went to psionically assist her, I would need to make a roll to not go insane.
Probably.
Well,
Actually, no, I've got Jaded. I'm fine.
Well, that's why I was thinking like directing for the assist, like certain things to do for security consoles.
I'll let you direct, yeah. And Varder, if you want to take a risk on it, you can.
And I'll give you
Focus in. I'm debating though whether I just spend determination here because I'm rolling a total of a 9.
Well, it's a
for daring
case of
security.
if you hit at least one, mine's going to be a crit, so that's definite 2.
But it's the
Right,
fact
it's
of hitting one in the
that's
first place.
concerning.
I might as well use it. Yeah. That's what it's there for, the reassurance.
Yeah. Determination mission directive. I'm here to investigate this thing.
Yep.
So that's 4 before you even roll.
Yeah. Focus in temporal mechanics. Wait, doesn't that?
Fitness medicine? Nice.
Yeah, don't have a focus here.
That's for me.
Oh wow, nat 1.
I have an augmented fitness.
Yeah, Wolf.
I like how you sometimes whisper facts.
Yes.
Wolfgang, I think you and me are going to have a conversation about you sending members of Tiger Squadron to their apparent deaths.
With all due respect, Captain, Mr. Wartburg did not send me here.
And GM, Jaded as a trait?
Yeah, I'll take it.
I'll give you a threat.
Not to mention, Captain, none of us
okay.
remember this.
That's 5 hits, by the way, because of augmented fitness.
You can assist with insight security.
Watch this be the one I whiff. Oh, never mind.
There you go.
So we've got 1 bonus on Mist and 2 bonus from Varda. I agree, Admiral, but considering he passed on a faulty access code, it doesn't really bode well.
It sounds like an error most people would have made.
Haggard sips his coffee. Telling you, temporal shenanigans.
You know, where's
Not
the
remember any of
replicator in
this.
this room? I think I need one of those too.
Oh no, there's like a coffee pot and everything. I had the stewards bring it over. It's good stuff.
No, yeah, okay. We'll probably go over and get one of those. Like,
Yeah.
We'll see how it stacks up to Raktajino.
We have a shit ton of bonus.
We do.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a good advantage.
So far, what you've accomplished is you now have access again to the station computer.
There might be a reversal mechanism for your whole chronoton problem.
Yeah, I'd like to spend to have the security system
I'm back.
basically like the security system doesn't have any additional wonky stuff for if you get it wrong one time and then get it right the next time.
Say that again. Sorry, I don't think I understood.
Con.
It's basically it's a thing in like computer security where sometimes if you get the like
You
If
enter
you
it
guess
wrong
too
the
many
first time,
times.
the self-destruct is
Yeah.
initiated. You enter it correct
Yeah.
the second time, it's like you're on a thin line, but you're
Right.
okay.
yeah.
Perhaps the Andorian was like, okay, maybe someone will get it wrong the first time and have to yell at them over comms to enter the third one, not the second one, because they don't know Andorian history that well.
Yeah.
That he had a catch that there was something to help with the chronoton.
The advantage of normal or less likely for shit to go wrong for a wrong answer.
Sure, I'll take that.
Okay, spend 2 for that, and then spend another 2 that in the past time frame this has all happened fairly quickly.
Why are you taking them from there? Is that here?
Because the
Yeah.
4 is from your fitness roll.
Oh, that's for my fit. Damn.
Well, technically my roll happened.
Yeah, that happened, and you
First, right.
gained 1 bonus, then he rolled his stuff and gained 4 bonus separately.
Right, but I'm saying that my spends should empty out the pool and allow us to fall into it, basically.
The fitness
That's
medicine was technically beforehand.
I was technically front. Alright, never mind then.
I'll think of something. 400.
yeah, that's why I put it separate.
Okay.
That I am remarkably unfazed and able to perhaps more directly assist Smith.
So you don't
using
have
this
to do that
method.
roll again. You don't have to do
Yeah.
that roll again to connect, because
Yeah.
Varda, you're connecting to a mind that's here, but also like
Oh, I know all about connecting to Myth's mind. It's in multiple places at once.
yeah.
And there's that AI cluster in there, and yeah. I don't know what else to help you with. I don't know what to do with the other 2 float from a fitness roll.
Well, I know Myth was looking for the 2 spend for basically having this all done very quickly.
Yeah. Maybe that could be the float.
Oh, the 2 that it's a that through me being the one instigating this, I'm able to make a sort of shielded route in to Myth for psionic purposes. So, like, if Wartburg wanted to, he wouldn't have to do the fitness roll either, or it'd be easier for him to do it.
You could do that, yeah.
It's more like, I'm here already and I'm body blocking most of the irrelevant stuff. There we go. Okay. Sweet. What's next?
Well, now you have access to the system.
And I'm going to attempt to find the source of the chronoton radiation.
Turn off the tap. As it were.
Alright. Take a threat.
Sure.
Focus
Oops, I was
in
thinking.
focus in temporal mechanics.
Yeah.
Rolling 3. Alright, that's 5 hits.
It would seem that they have a cruder version of the computer core system that modern ships have. And this doctor's solution was more power, more DACA. So it put too much chronoton into the computer core, and basically, instead of just speeding up the... it does speed up the computations a ton, but if the shielding cracks, it spills out and then floods the whole station with chronotons. That's probably what made the place untenable. And It occurs to you that this wasn't a security feature. It was you turned on, your guys turned on the station, the computer system spooled up, and then that means the energy core turned on, and then flooded the
Mhm.
station, and then the plank with chronoton radiation.
All right. Is that a software feature, or is it like hard coded in that it's feeding more chronoton energy into the core?
It's a hardware failure. It's the energy that's being dumped in is more than there's too much being dealt in. You'd have to physically either fix the shielding or reduce the chronotons to such a low level that the computer core basically moves at like super slow speeds that aren't really useful to a station.
Mm-hmm.
You'd essentially be shutting off the computer core.
Well, I think shutting off the computer core is the best course of action because it seems like the easiest thing to do. It would basically put the station back into the state it was in before. We can then investigate repairing it while it's offline. Thinking a lot there. All right.
I mean, I can hear you, so hey. Regardless of where you're thinking, I can hear you right now.
Right, I meant I as a player was thinking out loud.
Don't worry, he can hear that too. No.
I should hope so. It's out loud. All right. Take another threat, and I'll spend 2 momentum.
Yeah.
Rerolling that.
I would say I'd help you, but you don't want my help with engineering.
All right, so that's 7 hits.
You power down the computer core.
Question: how fast is the chronoton radiation receding, or is it?
It's not
Momentum
increasing.
spent. Is it going down at all?
No.
Okay.
Spend 2 to say that it is.
A little cheeky, but
You could spend 2 for it for the environmental system to automatically be venting some of that radiation out, try to purge the air.
I do like that. It's a start.
start, yeah.
That essentially needs to happen is that a purge of the chromosomes.
And where am I right now? I know that's a loaded question.
You're on the plank.
Okay. Then I'd like to try to initiate a similar purge on ship.
Spend 2 for that advantage.
Yeah, you can spend 2 to just succeed.
Sure, I'll do that.
The roll would have been reason engineering diff 2 plus structure engineering.
Yeah. Spending maybe makes it go faster, I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, so you're purging the ship. It's going to take some time.
Mm-hmm. Doctor, with the diminishing levels of chronoton radiation, I may or may not be present here for much longer. What course should I take in administering treatment to any of my crew who has survived?
I believe she'll still be right back, actually.
Oh no.
Oh, rip.
Yeah.
I mean, it probably wouldn't
Right.
harm to do a shield modulation for chronotrons.
And they're
can
already
attempt to.
docked with the station. Oh, I can definitely help you with that, though. Hey,
Yeah,
Up
you'll need
here.
to put them in a temporarily shielded environment, if you can do that with shields.
Wright points out you wouldn't need to use the primary shields of the entire station or the ship. You could just use the
Internal.
internal force fields.
yeah, that'd be the.
Good point, Commander.
Anyway, I can help you with that.
Could you modulate the structural integrity fields?
That would use less power. That would protect the outside of the ship.
But will it help medically?
Medically, if the source is coming from within, then you need shielding with inside.
That'd be, I mean, shielding between the airlock, the docking port, and then the
Oh wait, no,
Structural
you'd want
turret.
both.
yeah.
Because you're venting out into space, and that some of it's going to vent out at the ship, and the ship's going to vent back at the station. So they both need the shield to come up. Otherwise, they're just venting gas at each other. Well,
Right.
radiation.
That's why I
Right.
said shields.
That was doable.
However, decoupling has been pointed out to perhaps be a negative outcome, or the perpetuation of a negative outcome.
Which may have been negated since the correct security code was input.
Potentially.
But you could modulate the structural integrity field without having to worry about breaking away from the station, and that would protect the interior of the plank.
Correct. I believe that is a good first step. I'd like to do that.
And redirect purging outlets.
Mhm. All right.
Barter, do you point out that you have an extra reach out?
It's like, if someone wants to, they can try.
Wolfgang comes around the table, puts a
Should be
hand on your
reasonably safe.
puts his hand on your shoulder.
Reasonably.
Oh, I see what you did. If anyone wishes to pass on their knowledge and see what Myth sees, you'll have to touch my arm. I can bridge the gap between you, Varder, and then Varder's bridging the gap between us and Myth.
Well, if you see anything Andorian that you get confused by, I can happily touch your arm.
It's like a kumbaya circle.
All right.
There's not-
Bumping my complication range to 3 for control.
I can assist you with security.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna roll 2 here because we got assists. All right. So that's that. I hit it there. That's 1 momentum.
I've only ever heard about them in passing.
And structural engineering for the plank.
Yep.
Oddly. Yep, you're able to set up some modulate the structural integrity field to act as a sort of temporal barrier.
I believe my priority should be treating those in sickbay, as then my own medical staff can assist in the treatment of additional crew.
What help?
Yeah. I would assume please do come over, Efrix.
Yes.
You don't want my help with medical stuff. How do you stop the
Okay.
bleeding? Use
We're
a
gonna have
phaser.
Yeah, I'm trying to isolate and then hopefully revive Dr. Sooth. Hey, Doc.
Yeah.
Come around the table
Um,
and join the line.
Yeah, your two best things, daring and medicine.
Hmm.
Um, and
Oh, does Grennan still have his determination?
there is
No,
myth leading.
no, I had to spend mine.
Oh well.
Do have doctor's orders. I don't know
What about Pend?
Nope.
Because I can't.
Haggard
spend my
does.
determination. Haggard can do the same thing.
No, he can't. He's an admiral.
Oh, he doesn't have that
Oh.
power. Never mind. You're right.
No.
Oh, so
Admirals
am I
have
giving
different
Myth a
powers.
determination? Yeah.
What is my power?
You can bestow focuses, which aren't really of help to them, because you wouldn't have had temporal
Sigh.
focus or medicine or anything like that.
If only.
Gives me a focus in medicine. I have a 1 in medicine.
I swear
Now-
we're gonna have.
GM, can I
Reveal.
leverage psychic presence to be using this bridge and following Africa's instructions very precisely and use control instead of daring?
With psychic presence, you could actually combine with the psychic presence, combined with your analytical, and combined with the fact you're an android. Yes, you could do that.
Yeah. What I was gonna go
Normal
for.
person. Normal person, maybe not, but myth.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we could just get Efrix to possess you through us. That'd be great, right?
I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing, I think.
Warper
Matters.
will assist as best he can. His medicine score isn't great, but he'll try to help you.
I could
Comp
I
range
can
up.
try with Varder if you want me to.
No.
It's an 11.
I've also gotten 11 now.
Yeah, so we're on the same footing here.
Yeah.
I don't remember
Let's
the last
see.
time I made a daring medicine. It's like my best stat.
I guess I'll spend 1 to roll 3 here. And then I've activated my augmented control. I'm hoping that assists help here. Oh boy. Okay, so I've got 2 right now.
It's one hit.
Okay. 3.
Emergency medicine.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Can I? I can't use the focus of psionics for this, can I?
Does it
Oh,
matter? Don't you also have a medicine 1?
Yeah. Doesn't matter anyway.
sorry, then yes, in that case.
I like how we all helped. What?
What a mess.
I'll use my last honor medal thing to quash.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's we hit it and gain 2.
I don't think we expected to gain anything off of that.
Yeah. We're just daisy chaining people together here.
And new scene.
Beautiful.
Suddenly we all have headaches.
Depends what the new scene is.
See, because the thing I was gonna note, and I should have realized this earlier, I didn't have my security detail with me.
They were standing outside the door. I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure that's
Probably.
the kind of thing where we appreciate we're not supposed to sit on an Admiralty meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
So there'll be about over 12,000 people attending, and I'll need them spread across the different ships. Haggard, I heard you were gonna you have some room on the Argo. Grennan, I'm gonna need the Kismet as much as you can spare. And Commander Myth, could I use some of your. I heard the Maxwell Planck has some rather delicate instruments, but I could restrict some of the only the advanced talks to be happening there. Myth, as far as you're concerned, you were standing here. You're now sitting here.
I check my memory to see if I remember what's happened in the
Yeah,
past,
the-
like
you-
returning and everything.
Oh yeah, there was much that was discovered on that station, but that's a
Okay.
conversation for another time.
Okay, so it's about 1 second before Myth responds. Yes, that will be agreeable.
Very good. Any surprise speeches that people want to do on subject matter? Ryder, I know you're coming. Efric Smith.
I believe I am already fully booked with the speeches I've agreed to give.
I don't think you want a speech from me.
No speeches, but I'll take you up on the reserved seating throughout.
Very good.
Indeed, there's a lecture or two I want to attend.
Adlers?
Fill in the seats now. That way you don't have to worry about getting seating tomorrow. I'll give you I'm giving all of you priority, but just please get in advance so I don't have arguments with luminaries later. He then
Mhm.
trails off and kind of looks at Myth for a second. Are you all right?
I believe so, thanks to the judicious minds in this room.
Okay.
What can't be talking about me?
Alright.
Right.
Haggard
That's
sips.
sweet.
Haggard
Myth.
sips his coffee.
Admiral, I will have a report for you after this.
Very well.
It's one of those, Haggard. He taps his head.
Shenanigans.
Yeah. He sits back in his chair and continues to lay out what is going to be happening over the 6 days.
Hopefully these are shenanigans above my pay grade.
Yes, I
And
think they
that-
are.
And that will be the end of the episode.